Yo, 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 yo. Back. We back. How no, that's we know we ain't canceling nothing. My bad. I messed up my time. Thought I'd be back before one, but I had to run the therapy. You know, stop at the ATM. Put this money in the bank. Said some run around. What's up, brother? What it do? Niggas out here running plays for views now. Crazy. Got street guys out here running plays for views. Street rappers. Shit crazy. JB. Man, what it do, man? Make sure you hit that like button, man. Yo, so yeah, we gotta talk about Minnesota again. I'm starting to see more people though in the comments whenever they post these videos of what's going on in Minnesota. You see Byron Blake last video on Gucci and Pooh Shiesty. He said Pittsburgh going to be dropping. I just got the phone with Byron Blake. I just talked to Byron Blake. Rappers are wild, y'all. That's all I'm gonna say, yo. These rap guys. That's why I give them the blues. It's even when you do think you found one that's solid, you find out that they just as flawed as the rest of them. These niggas wild. I can't fuck with them. I don't fuck with Pooh Shiesty no more. Not a fan. Not a fan of his music. I never listen to nothing else that he dropped. I gotta put him in the fuckboy category. Pooh Shiesty from now on is going in the fuckboy category with Suddy Nash, AK-47, Finesse 2 times, all the rest of the fuckboys. You feel me? Yo, once you run a play, I can't fuck with you. I don't give a fuck who it is. You know what I mean? Yo, once you get on the internet and push a false narrative for views, I can't. To me, that's like akin to a rat. You willing to lie and manipulate the public and manipulate the people for views? Nah, I can't fuck with that. I can't rock with that. Now I ain't gonna go too much in depth because Byron Blake gonna discuss it when it all play out. But them boys dead wrong, man. Boys dead wrong. Like, yo, you couldn't even pay me to do that. Like, yo, couldn't none of them boys reach out to me and be like, "Oh, keep it G. I need you to run a false narrative for me, yo. I'll give you 20,000." I can't do that, yo, because I care too much about my message. And I care too much about the people that's listening to my message. Like, a lot of these guys, yo, they just look at supporters or whatever you want to call, I don't call people fans. But they just look at their supporters as a dollar sign. You know what I mean? And when you look at them as a dollar sign, you don't really hold no loyalty to them. You'll do anything. All you worrying about is money. You're not worrying about the image or the perception or even the message. None of that matters. Yeah, we're gonna go through Durk paperwork too. So we gotta talk about Candace Owens, Charlie Kirk, and Erika Kirk. Because Candace Owens just dropped the audio of Erika Kirk 2 weeks after Charlie Kirk was murdered. And yo, this does not sound like a woman that just lost her husband. And y'all, I got the one dude paperwork. Fuck is his name? Freckle Face Sean, the one they said that Rallo told on. I got your paperwork, man. Now, a lot of this paperwork is sealed, but it's not sealed by him. It's sealed by the state or the United States government, which means they're trying to hide certain information or probably certain people that was involved in this investigation. So I can't verify if Rilo told on yo or not. Because that was, that's the ring in Atlanta. That Rilo snitched on y'all. Candace Owens.
Actually, the person that started the school with Helene Bartz. And that has since virtually been wiped from public record. But that's what you're missing, is that.
Now look, y'all. This whole Charlie Kirk situation is fucking strange. It's very strange, man. And I think I agree with Candace Owens when it comes out of this shit. Something ain't right. It's way bigger than what people are trying to make it out to be.
Imagine being able to build an app with your
and for his wife to take over the reins as the CEO days after your murder is a huge red flag. Like, you would have thought she was supposed to have been distraught. You said, am I gonna be a Black Panther? Nah. I'm gonna let them have their legacy, man. All right, so look, y'all. She dropped this audio. I'm gonna let her explain it.
So we're not being choosy. We're not cutting this for drama. 2 weeks. That's where you have to go back to.
Here we go.
It's exactly what the email said of someone who was there. They were in joyous spirits. Okay. Just want to get that.
Hold up. Go back.
I think a lot of mass, which is held at home,
here we go.
I would describe that as very traumatizing. I think across the board, that's a traumatizing thing, not the least traumatizing
she was
thing
in on it,
by
y'all.
any stretch of an imagination.
It's obvious.
Anyway, we are now in season 7, episode.
I actually think Erika Kirk, this is my opinion, I think that she was his handler. I think that she was sent to Charlie Kirk. That's what I think. That's what I believe. That's what makes sense to me. Based off of how she's moving, I think she was sent to yo, man, to keep an eye on him. And she was promised if he got out the way that she's going to be at the head of the organization. That's just what it sounded. Now, Candace Owens can't say that, But that's what it sounds like to me. It's like she was his handler the whole fucking time. And he probably realized it. But it probably was too late.
Episode 4 of Everybody Grieves Differently. But that's weird.
Probably.
Now, getting to this corporate call again, can we just go back, if you want to throw in that schedule again? Sorry, yeah, okay, great. So we have this on the 10th, he's assassinated. On the 18th is that in-person interview with New York Times. On the 20th, we have the funeral mass, which is held at a church at 11 a.m. On the 21st is the public memorial event that is held at State Farm Stadium. And on the 22nd, which I had not mentioned before, I've been building this timeline.
And that's another thing too, but like when you look at her history and her resume and who she is, it's just questions all over the place. Like, she's just not no average white girl. No, hell no. Her family is very political, very tied in. And what's the odds that basically she met Charlie through like an intermediary that's close to Donald Trump? Like, she was in politics the whole fucking time. Very political the whole time. So I've been watching Candace Owens' coverage of this. And I agree with a lot of things that she's saying.
Background, there's a private dinner. Not going to mention what restaurant it's at, but the McCoys are there, Elizabeth, Mikey, Erika, and they're in joyous spirits, is exactly what the email said of someone who was there. They were in joyous spirits. Okay, just want to get that. I think a lot of this, when you hear this call that I'm about to play for you, I'm not trying to color your opinion, but I am going to give you mine because it's my podcast. I'm allowed to do it. I do want to remind you that Charlie has not been dead for 2 weeks. That's where you have to go back to.
Now listen to this, y'all.
Not even 2 weeks after Charlie was publicly assassinated. Not a normal, he didn't, we had to watch this. We had to visually watch this. Now, the entirety of this call, which we're not going to...
Even after his death, the dramatization of it. Like, she posted a video of his hand and she cried. Like, yo, none of that made sense from the very beginning, yo. And after his death, nothing makes sense. I don't think anything she did after his death makes sense to me. You know, when you talk about a grieving widow. And like I agree with Candace, and she's gonna say this. Like, you can't keep making the excuse of everybody grieve differently. Like, oh, it don't seem like she grieved at all. Like, fuck grieving differently. She didn't grieve at all. And then you talking about a woman, like, it's different when you come from certain environments and you losing people daily, and you might not cry at a funeral. You know, you might not cry at a death. But if you're not accustomed to that to the lifestyle of losing people, yo, that shit gonna hurt you, man. For real. And I'm sure she's one of the ones that's not accustomed to a lifestyle of losing people, yo. So for her to act like this after his death is a red flag. It's a red flag.
To play is 15
Yeah, she
minutes
knew.
long.
That's why she
I'm going
wasn't
to figure
there.
out how to just drop it on my X feed. But I want to make sure that we properly and fairly contextualize it. So we're not being choosy. We're not cutting this for drama. The obvious point of this call to set this up is to introduce Erika. She's the new leader. Not even introducing, she's just heading up this call, but obviously she's going to be at the helm of this, so they're getting to know her. And she does begin the call by being thankful to the entire Turning Point USA team for their work at the memorial event. So let's take a listen.
I think so too. I think it's obvious. I think it's obvious she part of the play. Yeah, babe. Just listen to her. Listen to how she talking. This is 2 weeks after his death, y'all.
Hi, everybody. I still love all these emojis.
And she an actor too.
Things.
I think so too.
Wow. I
75,
don't
90.
even know where to begin.
I
The
think so
fact
too.
that we were able to pull off an event of a century, like, it's just insane. We had over 275,000 people that attended, and the stadium overflowed.
Yo, what the? Yo, is she talking about the funeral? Yo, what the fuck? I ain't watched this, yo. I skimmed through it, so we watching it together. Is she talking about the event she's referencing? Is she talking about the funeral? She called it an event. Yo, get the fuck out of here, man. Hold up, we gotta go back. That caught me off guard, y'all. Hold up. Yo, she called it the event. Fuck. It laughed about it.
Zoom things. Wow. I don't even know where to begin. The fact that we were able to pull off
That is
an
strange
event
too. That is strange. 75,
of a
90.
century, like, it's just insane.
Where's his parents?
We had over 275,000 people that attended, and the stadium overflow, Westgate, it's insane, you guys. And then you have, was it 100 million? You guys
I think so too.
that heard the gospel and all about Charlie and all about everything that you guys do, and the hard work of Turning Point USA is insane. We had thousands that were registered to vote.
What's up, cuz?
I think we're at like over 200,000 for merch sales. Don't quote me on that, because I think
What?
it just keeps like bumping up like crazy. But I just wanted to say a huge
Yo, this is fucking crazy. Yo, she's in this bitch talking about merch sales. My bad, y'all. For you know, you gotta stop it, yo. When you reviewing somebody's video, or they gonna copyright it. Merch sales? Hey, yo, what the fuck? Yo, she is talking about sales of merchandise after her husband was murdered 2 weeks ago.
thank you to the events team, the
I see.
development team,
She
the
definitely
graphic
about her
design
business.
team, the production team. It's just phenomenal. Their incredible work leading into the memorial. And honestly, a lot of the staff that worked on the memorial, they had 20-hour days for a week during the time of us grieving the loss of my husband. And honestly, I know several staff that didn't even sleep. Again, you guys are breathing angels, and I'm so grateful for all of you. And obviously a huge thank you to the Mosaic team. VI, you guys are 10 out of 10. Like, we have the most incredible team. We just do. And you guys know that, and you guys are all a part of that. And I am so, so thankful. And if you do have a moment and you run into any of those staff members that you know had a role in this, and that they put a lot of their time and effort into it, just say thank you. There's something really special to be seen in moments like this, and it's not easy. I'm speaking from experience. I'm right in the trenches with you guys. And so the fact that you just, a simple thank you. I don't care if any of you have beef with
it's
each other.
some dangerous people out here in this world, y'all. Yeah, I couldn't do that. Like, to be able to, allegedly, to be able to be a part or be aware of your spouse murder, take over his business, speaking on behalf of his brand or his company that he established, and do it in such a way that it's like a I don't give a fuck way, yo. That's vicious, man. I did some things in my life, yo. I don't think I'm that cold hearted or I don't think I'd be able to do that. I don't think I'd be able to do that. If I was her, like, not her, but if I was in that situation and I played the role allegedly, I would fade back. I'm not going. I wouldn't be able to hold. I wouldn't be able to do this. Like, this is different. This is a certain level of I don't give a fuck that most people probably never imagine or never see.
Past or have any issues with someone said something about
Yeah,
this
a lot
or
of
that.
women is
Like, if
hard,
you guys have any of that, please put it to rest. My husband's dead. Like, I'm not trying to be morbid, but he's dead. And it puts life into perspective of how short life is and relationships, and God puts people in your life for a reason, and it teaches you a lesson, it teaches them a lesson. So if you are going through a time where
What the fuck? What the fuck? Yo, she said it teaches you a lesson and it teaches. What lesson did Charlie Kirk learn? You know, what was the lesson in this, Erika? Because once she was speaking in reference to our relationship. So we say it teaches you a lesson and teaches them a lesson. What was the lesson, y'all? I definitely believe she was this motherfucking handler. I definitely believe that. Like, man, you couldn't pay me to say nothing, to believe nothing otherwise. There's no way, yo, she's this calm after her husband been murdered in front of the world. Like, she should be hysterical.
it's not easy. I'm speaking from experience. I'm right in the trenches with you guys. And so the fact that you just, a simple thank you. I don't care if any of you have beef with each other from the past or have any issues with someone said something about this or that. Like, if you guys have any of that, please put it to rest. My husband's dead. Like, I'm not trying to be morbid, but he's dead. And it puts life into perspective of how short life is.
Yo, so it sounds like there was rumblings inside a turning point. Listen to what she said, y'all. It sounds like there's rumblings inside a turning point as to culpability or who was involved. And that's what she's speaking to. She's speaking to, you know, whatever y'all think, end it. Whatever beef y'all got, end it. My husband is dead. Am I characterizing that correctly? You know, is y'all getting that? Did y'all get that from that? Or am I tripping? Because that's what it sounds like to me. Listen to it again. It sounds like in turning point is questions about his death. And some people in turning point is questioning other people in turning point. And what she said is, look, he's dead. Get over it. That's basically what it sounds like. I'm gonna let it play again.
Run into any of those staff members that you know to the memorial.
All right, here you go.
And honestly, a lot of the staff that worked on the memorial, they had 20-hour days for a week during the time of us grieving the loss of my husband. And honestly, I know several staff that didn't even sleep. Again, you guys are breathing angels, and I'm so grateful for all of you. And obviously a huge thank you to the Mosaic team.
Hold up, bro.
VI, you guys are 10 out of 10. Like, we have
oh, that's in there. Hold on, we gotta go back.
Of a century. Like, it's just insane. And all about Charlie and all about everything that you guys do.
All right, listen
and the
to her,
hard work
y'all.
of Turning Point USA is insane. We had thousands that were registered to vote. I think we're at like over 200,000 for merch sales. Don't quote me on that because I think it just keeps like bumping up like crazy. But I just wanted to say a huge thank you
Already
to the
hit me.
events team, the development team, the graphic design team, the production team. It's just phenomenal. Their incredible work
Easy
leading
money.
into the memorial. And honestly, a lot of the staff that worked on the memorial, they had 20-hour days for a week during the time of us grieving the loss of my husband. And honestly, I know several staff that didn't even sleep. Again, you guys are breathing angels, and I'm
All right,
so
listen.
grateful for all of you.
Listen to what she ready to say, y'all. Like I said, it sounds like there's conversations going on at Turning Point, and people are arguing about whatever about his death. And she basically said, "Man, put that shit to rest. He's dead." Listen to her.
And obviously a huge thank you to the Mosaic team. VI, you guys are 10 out of 10. Like we have the most incredible team. We just do. And you guys know that, and you guys are all a part of that. And I am so thankful. And if you do have a moment and you run into any of those staff members that you know had a role in this, and you know that they put a lot of their time and effort into it, just say thank you. There's something really special to be seen in moments like this, and it's
Listen to
not
her.
here I'm speaking from
Here
experience.
you go,
I'm
right
right in the trenches with you guys. And so the fact that you just, a simple thank you. I don't care if any of you have beef with each other from the past or have any issues with someone said something about this or that. Like if you guys,
You listen to what she's saying? It sounds like people on Turning Point is questioning the events around his death. And she is saying, man, look, in that shit. Let me go back.
a simple thank you. I don't care if any of you have beef with each other from the past or have any issues with someone said something about this or that. Like if you guys have any of that, please put it to rest. My husband's dead. Like I'm not trying to be morbid, but he's dead. And it puts life into perspective of how short life is and relationships, and God puts people in your life for a reason, and it teaches you a lesson, it teaches them a lesson. So if you are going through a time where, just lay it to rest, and we are moving forward, Turning Point USA 2.0.
Yo, come on now. Is that not what she just said? Basically, look, man, I don't give a fuck what y'all talking about. He is dead. We moving on. This is Turning Point 2.0. Yo, is that not what she said, y'all? In layman's terms, in short form, ain't that what she just said? Or am I tripping? I'm gonna play it back one more time, man. Cause I swear that's what something she said to me.
There's something really special to be seen in moments like this, and it's not easy. I'm speaking from experience. I'm right in the trenches with you guys. And so the fact that you just, a simple thank you. I don't care if any of you have beef with each other from the past or have any issues with someone said something about this or that. Like if you guys have any of that, please put it to rest. My husband's dead. Like I'm not trying to be morbid, but he's dead. And it puts life into perspective of how short life is and relationships, and God puts people in your life for a reason, and it teaches you a lesson, it teaches them a lesson. So if you are going through a time where, just lay it to rest, and we are moving forward, Turning Point USA 2.0 with Charlie in our hearts, and that's what he would want.
Okay, so I'm just looking at the chat here, and
I gotta make sure you gotta pause the video when you reacting to somebody else's video. You have to do that in order to escape copyrights. But I gotta make sure we all on the same page. What's up, kid? I gotta make sure we all on the same page. Make sure I'm not tripping. I want to make sure everybody heard what she said, and not just heard what she said, characterizing what she said correctly or analyzing what she said correctly. She basically said that if whatever beef y'all got going on surrounding his death, leave it alone. We're moving forward. This is Turning Point 2.0. And that's not something you would hear from a grieving widow. That's strange. 2800.
you guys are responding live in the way that I felt live listening to this. It is the general tone that is off-putting. It's the laughter that is off-putting. It's, again, we are not even 2 weeks after watching your husband be assassinated. We're talking about numbers and metrics that have been hit. And my husband's dead, not to be morbid. That is a sentence that and this was not my husband, and I had no sort of the type of relationship that she had with him, that I was able to utter. Least of all, I mean, that's moving pretty quickly to the acceptance phase.
Okay,
Now,
you all right?
we know everybody grieves differently. In my imagination, I just thought she would be more upset. And I want
I
to be
guess
clear,
you're right,
the
Golly,
overall
man. You're right.
mood of this call is extraordinarily upbeat. It's extraordinarily happy. But of course, as the CEO and chairman, she does have to address the elephant in the room, the morbid elephant in the room, if you will, because it's an obligation. You have a new CEO. The employees are working 20-hour days, but also their founder, Charlie, was publicly assassinated less than 2 weeks ago.
Oh,
You got to
man,
address
you
that.
all right
And
now?
you're going to hear her address that by recapping to them that throughout these long working days, the employees were provided with ample resources while they were working. Take a listen.
I'm just grateful that while things were still in motion and moving around, that we had our leadership teams provide for you counselors, pastors. I heard there were therapy dogs. Slightly jealous that I didn't get to have any moment with a therapy dog. Breakfast. I was really adamant about making sure that we paid for your flights for your spouses to be there. That was something on my heart.
Yo, this is
You
crazy,
don't want to
y'all.
grieve alone. No one's supposed to grieve alone. It's not healthy. But
Who the fuck she
I just
grieving
think
with?
it's a beautiful honor that all of these benefits were made for the community to grieve and remember Charlie. And I really hope you took advantage of those in a healthy way when they were provided, because it's meant to be for everyone, for healing. Grief comes in waves.
Yo, this is crazy.
You know, some days are going to be tougher than others, but you know, take it as it comes. And that's why you have your Turning Point family, and just lean on them and lean on other people in your life that you know will help you and pour into you and pray with you to get you through it. I say that though.
Yeah, but
if you
like, yo, she's speaking as if she's not going through anything. Like, she's speaking as if the employees at Turning Point are going through more than what she should be going through. Like, she's speaking. All right, let me explain how this sounds. This sounds to me that Charlie Kirk was an employee. She was the boss the whole time. Just ride with me for a minute. And don't you know how? All right, say you work at a warehouse. You the supervisor. You the manager of the warehouse. You know, one of your employees or your employees die, right? However they die, car accident, whatever. So you have a press conference, or not a press conference, but you have a conference with the employees, and it's like, look, I want to make sure y'all good, but you're doing this because you're not as connected to this person that died as the employees are. So in that sense, it'll be, you know, it's common, it'll be understanding. Yeah, but this is coming from the guy that died, wife. And she's speaking as if the employees are more hurt and frustrated and angry and scared, whatever, you know, words you want to use, than she is. Yo, that is fucking crazy, yo. Yeah, yo, chat room, you see what I'm saying? Yo, she's speaking like she didn't have no connection to this dude. She's speaking as if the employees had a bigger connection to him than she did. So she's trying to like tend to their grief and make sure y'all straight. But it's like, what you mean? You should be going through way more than what we going through. Yeah, this is crazy.
You need more time to grieve. please continue to use Turning Point USA's network of counselors. We have pastors. I mean, there are so many resources for you. If you do need additional time off,
You see what I'm saying?
please talk to your director about using paid time off for that. And again, it's not easy, but again, grief is hard. Otherwise, honestly, Turning Point USA and Turning Point Action, full steam ahead, you guys. We have.
She said that?
Charlie would want us to get back to work, and that's what we're doing, and that's what we did with the memorial. And I'm so honored and proud of each and every one of you, because that's what we're going to do in his honor and in his name. We have so much to do, which is exciting. Charlie in heaven is like, you guys thought you had a busy schedule then, just you wait. And he's doing some awesome things with Jesus in heaven right now, but there's so much work to be done. I mean, since his assassination, we have 100,000 chapter requests. We have 300,000 new donors.
Yo, this is fucking crazy,
That
yo.
is a blessing in itself.
Wow.
Again, not normal. All God. I think we have 50,000 plus hat orders to fulfill. I mean, I'm saying these numbers because it puts into perspective that we're not just sitting and thinking and looking at the wall being like, what do we do? Like that, there is so much to do. You have over 20,000 AmFest registrations.
Yo, this is wild.
There's a lot happening there, and none of it is what I would be expecting to happen there. So basically what the employees said to me was that they got onto this call and everyone's exhausted, everyone's been working, they pull off this massive memorial. And then there's kind of this approach
like a
where
pep
it's like,
rally.
well, if you guys need paid time off, like Charlie's in heaven dancing, wanting you to work harder. He's just up there like, you better work, but you can use the paid time off that you have earned, by the way, if you need to grieve more. But imagine you're the employee, you're like, okay, well, this is his wife saying this, so am I weird?
Yeah, you
Would
see
I
what
be
I'm saying?
I would,
That's what I'm saying. Like, yo, she's coming off like she's just the manager of the warehouse. And one of her employees died, and she's talking to the other employees. Like, she's not coming off as the wife. Like, if anybody is grieving, it should be you. Yo, there's some sick, evil people in this world, man. Like, yo, this is evil, man. I can't characterize it as nothing else but evil. Fuck that. Like, it ain't no people grieve different. No, we ain't doing that. This ain't grieving at all. This is not grieving different. This is not grieving at all.
be pretty weird if I needed to take time off and his wife is saying she's full steam ahead. That's the mentality that they had. Like, how are we supposed, like, are we weird for wanting to grieve? Is that not the vibe? How can we take paid time off when Erika, his wife, is saying full steam ahead? It's very strange. It is even kind of using this idea of Charlie being in heaven, looking down, and the laughter. I don't know.
Damn, yo, that's crazy,
feel
yo.
like the rest of you. I feel uncomfortable. And of course, now what we're going to listen to is her pivot to the future vision, because that's what the bulk of this is about. And it's going to consist of the notebooks that I keep telling you the public is never going to see. Apparently, what I gather from this is that Charlie presented
His parents
to
haven't said
staff.
anything. They probably got them motherfuckers under the gag order. His parents ain't said nothing. That is wild. That is very strange, yo, that we haven't heard from Charlie Kirk's parents after all this time. Like, when he first died, you would have thought his parents would have put out a statement or something. They wasn't even highlighted at the funeral.
A vision for 2025, but Erika is going to say that there was a vision beyond that, all the way to 2030, and there's a project 2030, and then she's going to kind of want to say that she's happy, but then catch herself realizing that would be kind of weird to say that she's happy. Take a listen.
the prophetic mind of my husband.
My favorite feature is the scheduling. I don't
Damn.
have to track people down. They can confirm or reject.
But
The
Candace Owens gotta be careful though, y'all. Like she do. I support what she do, cause I do the same shit. I'm gonna say what need to be said, but I ain't nowhere near as big as her. You already see how they do me. They clip my lives, and they not gonna allow me to get as big as her. They gonna keep cutting my lives off and copyrighting me and do shit that they do to me. But she gotta be careful with this shit, man.
Was that he always planned for the future. You guys are obviously aware of like Vision 2025, but Charlie was also working on Vision 2030 in the weeks leading up to September 10th, and he was working really closely with Justin, and that's why Justin had been appointed the role of COO, because he was
I don't know, Chad.
literally, I remember phone calls when Charlie and I would take our night walks, and it would be 10 o'clock at night, and him and Justin would just be talking about the plans. I was aware of the plans. I have his journals that are aware of the plans. Like, there is no confusion of what's to come. And I want to give you guys that reassurance that it's full steam ahead, and the board and I are working with Justin and the executive leadership teams to make sure that all of those plans come into effect 2030 and beyond. But I, again, am so grateful for all of you. I'm so proud of all of you. You honor my husband so well. All of you do. And it's weird to say I'm excited. I really hesitate saying that. It's really hard for me to say that.
Here's right here.
It's a really weird thing to say. But I think it comes from a space of peace, knowing that God's using this, and we're humbly witnessing the gospel in real time.
Hold on. Charlie Kirk.
I don't know what to say.
Father's name Robert Kirk. He built his career in architecture, founded his own firm, and earned respect for his discipline and vision. Kimberly Kirk began in finance at Chicago. She shipped into counseling. Yeah, but we haven't heard nothing from them. You better not call my motherfucking mother. Call my motherfucking mother.
She doesn't want to say she's happy. I don't want to say I'm happy, but where it comes from, I'm going to explain the happiness I feel. It comes from peace, because we're witnessing the gospel in real time. All of this makes my skin crawl. It genuinely makes my skin crawl. I'm going to go ahead and say that. You can go find your commentator who's going to tell you everybody grieves differently. Nope, that is less than 2 weeks after Charlie was publicly assassinated. That doesn't feel right to me. It doesn't feel right to, I would say, the majority of people, or that doesn't feel right. Knowing that they're joyous at dinners, and again, this is when people who did not know Charlie could not stop crying and were sending me emails, who've never met Charlie, who didn't even know what Turning Point USA was, because they watched his assassination, could not stop crying and pull themselves together. That is not the emotion that we're getting there. Like I said, the entire call is upbeat, and the portions where we are even speaking about grief, it feels like an obligation. Like, you got the dogs, and what Charlie wants is for you to work now. And that is how the employees that I've spoken to who were on that call, that's how they felt. My assumption, by the way, why I'm addressing this now is because my assumption, watching everything that's gone on, my assumption was that she really was trying to figure things out. I assumed in the silence, right? She wasn't doing interviews then. I assumed she couldn't get out of bed. I assumed that she couldn't pick her head up. And I felt that people were being unfair in judging outfits, and judging whether or not they liked how her hair was done. I said, okay, she's speaking at the memorial. We expect her to speak at the memorial event. I felt the public was being unfair. Now that we're kind of getting more on the inside of the organization, the now fired employees are telling me, no, it was quite the opposite. She was in the office every day with Stacey Sheridan, running around with Stacey Sheridan, taking phone calls with Stacey Sheridan. That's like the head of the fundraising for Turning Point USA. So what I had imagined in my head was happening simply was not so. Something is not right. That's what I would like to say. That call, the timing, the energy of that call does not feel right to me. This, I don't know what's happening, but I think we are inching closer to figuring out what's going on. That's for sure. And we will have more for you in the coming weeks. It also led me to another stunning discovery that we have made in large part thanks to internet sleuths. There was a lot of media.
The government tried, the state tried to keep cameras out the courtroom. That's a red flag off the rip. As a state case, cameras, that's part of the Constitution. Like that's law. Trials are public. State trials are public. The state tried to file a motion to have cameras out the courtroom. That's a red flag off the rip. I don't know if the judge denied it. I don't even know if the judge ruled on it yet. But we ain't never seen nothing like that before. Why you trying to keep cameras out the courtroom, man? We need to be able to see what the fuck going on. And I'm not even no Charlie Kirk fan, but I'm not a fan of bullshit either. I'm not a fan of propaganda. I'm not a fan of media manipulation. I'm not a fan of backdooring people. This would be classified as a backdoor. Remember how we talked about DJ Academics and what he said, Lil Baby didn't backdoor. If Erika Kirk had something to do with his death or was aware of his death and didn't notify him before it happened, that would be a backdoor situation. And what it sounds like to me is she knew exactly what the fuck was going on. You feel me? She knew it, man, fuck. No, I can't. This does not fall under the category of everybody grieve differently. It doesn't. It don't. No, I'm not naive. I'm not stupid. I'm not able to be manipulated and controlled by the media, and they can't tell me what to think. This does not fall under being grieving differently. It don't. This fall under, like somebody said in the comments, not grieving at all. That's what this falls under. Not grieving at all. You ready to be a single mother of 2 children, of a father that was involved in your children's life. He was assassinated. Your whole life is ready had to change. And you don't have no emotion? Nah, fuck out of here.
Discussed Project Looking Glass. We discussed the fact that Charlie was indeed a gifted
That like
child
button,
who went
scratch
to
your time
a literal children's school for the gifted. I told you guys also that street lights used to go out when he ran. There's a whole term for that. Apparently, a lot of people go through that. We saw that in the comment section. And what does it all mean? On my episode, I posited that the military was keeping its eye on quote-unquote gate children, gifted children, by different names, but, terming it more broadly, children that go through the GATE program. That Charlie's life may have therefore been a literal Truman Show once they realized that he was extraordinarily gifted. So let me remind you that when Charlie was having these visions about his death back in 2018, he specifically told me that he knew from the moment that he began Turning Point USA that he was going to die young. I'm going to re-show you this text message again. You can see it. Literally, he writes, since the beginning of Turning Point USA, I knew in my gut that I might get wiped out at any time. I cannot explain it, but I dream about it all the time, like all the time. Not really afraid of it, but I'm just telling you what I know to be true. I'm not sure I'm going to live, begins with, I'm not sure I'm going to live to see the end of this revolution. But interesting that he says, since the beginning of Turning Point USA, we should probably therefore go back to the founding story of Turning Point USA. The story the public knows, and the story that I was told, is that Charlie was this teenager, didn't get into West Point. Anyway, he's speaking at a conference where a man named Bill Montgomery happened to be in attendance. He has since passed. I've met Bill Montgomery. He's very kind to me. And my point in bringing this up is not to throw any shade on him, but because I'm now interested in this origin story. Anyways, he's in attendance. He's absolutely floored at Benedictine University when Charlie speaks. He immediately knew that he was sort of looking at a future president. This is an article I think it was done in the Atlantic back in, it doesn't matter what year. Anyways, it reads in the Atlantic, Montgomery was at Benedictine University in western Chicago suburb of Lisle, Illinois, for the college's Youth Government Day in May of 2012. The slate of speakers put the kids to sleep, he told the National Journal. But when Kirk took the floor, the energy in the room completely changed. The kids weren't sleeping anymore, and their attention was wrapped on Kirk. Inspired, Montgomery went up to him after his speech and told him, as only a man 50 years senior can say, that he needed to delay college to pursue a higher calling. Quote, "I don't know you," Montgomery recalled saying, "but you need to start an organization to reach out to young people with your message." A month after Montgomery met Kirk, the duo launched Turning Point USA. I want you to hold on to that phrase, "I don't know you, but." Again, that's the same story that I was told, so I was a bit surprised to learn that there may be a larger story here. Now, Bill Montgomery was Air Force. He's in the Air Force Reserves. Bill Montgomery also happened to be from Lincoln, Nebraska. Getting into that, one of those Egyptian plane stops. A lot of these people are tied to Lincoln, Nebraska that are in this story. Saving that for another day. Now, not much is known about what specifically Bill Montgomery did during his time in the military, but we do know that he moved to the Chicago area thereafter, which obviously in the area.
See, the thing about Candace Owens is she had she got some powerful people backing her too. You know, I think that's why she probably feel comfortable and confident in doing what she's doing. But yo, they would never allow me to do that, yo. Ever. Like, I say the wrong thing, they might end the live and shit, they might end that bitch now. You feel me? Like, so I still be having questions even when it come down to her, yo, because I know from being in media, when you speak open and honest about situations, yo, they don't want that shit. Not on YouTube, man. They'll shut you down, man. Hey, who was on here when they just shut my live off the other day? Shut my shit straight off a live, man. Took my video down for 2 days. Suspended my live for 24 hours. Off a live, man. Off my video being flagged for whatever reason. So when you got Candace Owens speaking the way she speak, and it's able to be seen and being viewed by millions, and she's not being kicked off the internet, that's questionable too, man. But I think it just comes from her having for some powerful people backing her. Oh, yeah, they clipped me, yo. I posted what they said. But yeah, they did me dirty that day, yo. But you know, that's not the first live 2800 that they took down, or that they cut off. I done had about, since I've been on the internet, I done had about 5 or 6 lives cut short. Just straight cut off. Internet connection great. Yeah, kid, that happened the other day. I couldn't go live for 24 hours.
Police X-Men School was. The X-Men School, I just like to call it that, it was actually called Creative Children's Academy. It opened in 1982 for the academically gifted, from preschool up into the 8th grade. In 1999, it changed its name officially to Quest Academy. It tells us on its website, in a past article, that it receives corporate and private funding from.
And the great thing about it, 2800, is I don't see nobody else going through this shit. It seems like it's just me. I'm sure it's not just me, but it seems like I'm the only one that go through this on the internet, yo. Where they just be cutting my lives off and shit.
Don't know I would like to know what corporations funded that academy. What we do know is that it's a stone's throw from Northrop Grumman, the massive aerospace and defense company that has extensive federal contracts dating back to World War II. Just put that fact in the back of your mind. It may mean nothing at all, but I just want to say that because it came up when I was researching the general area in Palatine, Illinois. Now, the Children's Creative Academy, I should tell you, was founded by a woman named Helene Bartz. Okay, her husband is a Reverend Robert Bartz of Arlington Heights. Helene Bartz. Now, a tip that I received, and I was able to confirm, is that Helene Bartz was actually good friends with Bill Montgomery and his wife, Edith Walker Montgomery. She actually goes by her last name, Edith Walker.
I actually do believe that's. I think that me being who I am, where I'm from, how I talk, how I look, and what I say, I think that's an issue. You don't typically see people dark skinned with goals from the streets speaking on the things that I speak on it in a manner in which I speak on it. I think that's an issue. You know, because I can tap into a whole different demographic than she can tap into, and enlighten people at the same time. I think that's the issue they got with me. I do. I think that's the issue they got with me. We don't want him to get too big because he can probably really do some damage to us, as far as the narratives that's being spent and the agendas that's being pushed and the lies that's being told and the people that believe it. I think that's the issue that the internet has with me, yo. I think it's like, yo, we can't allow him to get 1 million subscribers. We can't allow him to get 200,000. That's gonna be detrimental to the program. Exactly. The same reason I want Lamar with the Super Bowl. Exactly, bro. It's too detrimental, yo. We don't need more of these guys.
Person claims that Eve Walker, who I've since learned emigrated from Germany after World War II, and I can't really find much else about her, became and this is correct, an adolescent psychiatric nurse. So she was a psychiatric nurse to the youth. And that she was actually the person that started the school with Helene Bartz. And that has since virtually been wiped from public record, but that's what you're missing, is that these people all knew each other. The person claims that Bill and his wife and a certain Robert Flood, who is in Dan Flood's family, this is what they claim, and I have since found this person, said that they knew each other since before the school even got started. They were all working for this evangelical company, evangelical sales force known as the Shackley Corporation. It's still in existence today. I'm going to give you a bit of information. The Shackley Corporation was the first company that ever created a multivitamin in America. It grew to be a massive, basically a middle-level management corporation, which, like I said, commanded this evangelical sales force. Shackley was basically described as like a religious fervor that was sweeping the nation for nutrition. It was started by a man who preached the gospel of nutrition, buy our products, but also the gospel is what this is really about. And it grew to be a massive company that engaged in a 25-year contract with NASA. You're like, what? Yeah, for supplements that they could take to space. Now, it sounds to me like some good old-fashioned government money laundering, but sure, if you are like Skylar and believe in the moon landing, sure, maybe you need some vitamins up there. Now, working off of this tip, I was indeed, like I said, able to confirm that Helene Bartz, so again, to give you these names, Helene Bartz started the school, and I confirmed that she did indeed, prior to, worked at Shackley. She actually ran the Shackley Center in Arlington Heights. I'm having a lot of trouble, and the reason why I'm putting this out there is I'm having trouble learning more about Bill and Edith.
Yeah, I don't really, it's not really a conspiracy, y'all. Yo, I think that term conspiracy is used to take away from what makes sense. You understand? Like, yo, what she's saying makes sense. Yo, Erika Kirk has been moving strange. She has. She's been moving strange, y'all. It's not, and we're not going to buy this narrative, oh, she just grieving different. No, she's been moving wild. She's been moving strange. I don't trust her. You feel me? And they throw this word conspiracy. Conspiracy just mean it's unfounded. You know, it just mean, it don't mean there's not no facts to back it up. It just mean it hasn't been totally proven. It's a lot of things that have been told. Like, people will say, Martin Luther King and Malcolm X was killed by the CIA. That's a conspiracy. Is it really a conspiracy when you know that his cause is being monitored? And, you know, is it really a conspiracy? We know that he was being followed. We know that he was being threatened. Is it really a conspiracy? Or do that make more sense than the other narratives based off of the information that we do know that's factual? We know that based off of messages released that Charlie Kirk was being threatened. We know that there was a group of people that didn't like his message that was being presented. We know this. So is it far-fetched to believe that he may have been killed or assassinated by these same groups of people? Is it really a conspiracy? Or is that more likely than this lone gunman that scaled the roof and went to Dunkin' Donuts, killed him, then went to Dunkin' Donuts and gave a whole a detailed description of why he did it to his roommate? Did that really make sense? I mean, I'm just being honest. Did that really make sense to people? This man killed this man. He scaled the roof. Mind you, we don't got no video of him climbing up the roof, but we got video of him coming down. And if there's video of him coming up, climbing down the roof, why don't we got the video of him climbing up the roof? Why not release both? If it's about transparency and you want people to believe this story, why not? Why haven't we still yet, 4 or 5 months later, seen a video of the fuck the boy name is, whatever the kid name is, climbing up the roof, positioning himself to take this shot? Why we haven't seen that? Why hide that video? We see the video of him getting down. If there's a video of him getting off the roof, it should be a video of him climbing up. Right? I'm sure it should be, man. I'm just saying, y'all. I don't. The word conspiracy is similar to what the media use by calling a person crazy. You know, when you call a person crazy, it's easy for you to disregard everything this person is saying because he's crazy or she's crazy. So whatever they might say anything. But what if they was telling the truth? What if they're not actually crazy? What if that's just been the narrative pushed? Same thing with the conspiracy word. The word conspiracy is just used to take away from what makes sense. Oh, it's a conspiracy. So now you disregard everything that's being said because it's a conspiracy. It hasn't been founded. But what if the conspiracy makes more sense than the truth, the narrative that they're pushing out? Straight up. No, it's not even that you don't understand it. Yo, they're being real strategic in the information that they're releasing versus what they're holding back. Like I think we should see a video of him climbing up that roof. I think we should see that. There should be a video of what the boy name is, y'all, that got locked up for Charlie Kirk murder. There should be a video of him climbing up that roof. And I don't think that would hinder the investigation. Why we haven't seen that yet? Tyler Robinson, thank you. Why we haven't seen a video of Tyler Robinson climbing up that roof? Yo, and it don't even look like he has, to me, it don't even look like he has the upper body strength to be able to pull that off. Yo, you gotta have upper body, like he look like he's real scrawny and weak. Probably never lift weights a day in his life. Yo, you gotta have upper body strength to be able to climb up something and pull yourself up there. I don't think, you gotta at least be able to pull his weight. Tyler Robinson don't look like he can pull his weight to me. I'm sure. Let's look at Tyler Robinson. Let's find a picture of Tyler Robinson. Hold on. Picture of Tyler Robinson.
According to
Look at this
Go.com,
guy.
Tyler Robinson, who is accused of assassinating conservative influencer Charlie Kirk during an event at Utah Valley University
Look at
on
this.
September 10th, has been formally charged with a slew of offenses, including aggravated murder, with prosecutors announcing the intent to seek the death penalty.
Look at this dude. Look at this guy, man. Look how small he is, man. Check him out. Oh, this is a better picture right here. The fuck? Hold on. I'm gonna edit that one. Act stupid. Look at what the fuck? Look at this guy right here, y'all. This look like a man that can scale a roof. Check yo out. Yo ain't got no muscle, man. He ain't got no muscle. This look like a person that can scale a roof. Quickly, swiftly. Get up and down. I don't know about that, y'all. I ain't gonna lie. Like I said, I go with what makes sense. I do. And the death of Charlie Kirk doesn't make sense. The suspect doesn't make sense. The sequence of events doesn't make sense. Yo, I'm black. I'm a black American, yo. Yo, whenever there's an assassination on somebody, yo, it's never one person. This is one thing that us as black people has known for decades. Yo, there is never one person that does it. It's always a collaborative effort. Always. They locked up Charlie Kirk and want us to believe that he's the only one that did it. Yo, I can't believe that. Doesn't make sense. That's not how this country works. It has never been the case. When Malcolm X was killed, it was a team. When Martin Luther King was killed, it was a team. When JFK was killed, it was a team. It wasn't one person. Remember, they killed the dude that killed JFK. They killed him on live television. The guy that they said killed him. Y'all remember that? JFK murderer killed on live television. Y'all must have forgot. Why they kill yo, man? Yo just walk straight up. Look at this shit. Only one. Ain't never it's never the only one. Yo, you know how hard it is to yo, see, yo, I don't know how many, yo, I live the street life, man. And yo, it's not easy to stalk a person by yourself. It's not easy. It's not an easy thing to do. It's not an easy thing to follow a person by yourself and complete the mission. You're gonna need multiple cars, you're gonna need multiple people, you're gonna need coordinates, you're gonna need to coordinate with somebody else. I know this based off the life that I lived. You understand what I'm saying? Like, yo, it's not that simple for Tyler Robinson to just, and then if you remember the question that was asked, all that shit just seemed like it was a setup. He was asking a question about gun rights. And motherfucker shot him in the neck. You know who else got shot in the neck, y'all? Who else got shot in the neck, y'all? What other political figure got shot in the neck? It just seemed very symbolic. Who else got shot in the neck? Right. MLK got shot in the neck too. Like, come on, man. Like, we gotta be smarter than that, man. Media is manipulated, y'all. See, this is why YouTube be blocking me and doing what they do to me, because I be wanting to enlighten people on how this shit work, and I guess that's against, what they want out here. But if y'all would listen, I wouldn't have to do all of this, man. If y'all would just get it the
Now,
first
working
time,
off of this tip, I was indeed, like
I wouldn't have to do all this and get blocked and shadow banned and all the shit that they do to me. We'll move on to Minnesota in a minute. I'm trying to see where else she going at with this. 'Cause we gotta talk about Minnesota.
A
People
massive
still confused on what's going on in Minnesota.
company that
I don't know.
engaged in a 25-year
I
contract
know it
with
wasn't no lone
NASA.
gunman.
You're like, what? Yeah, for supplements that they could take to space. Now, it sounds to me like some good old-fashioned government money laundering, but sure, if you are like Skylar and believe in the moon landing, sure, maybe you need some vitamins up there. Now, working off of this tip, I was indeed, like I said, able to confirm that Helene Bartz, so again, to give you these names, Helene Bartz started the school, and I confirmed that she did indeed, prior to, worked at Shackley. She actually ran the Shackley Center in Arlington Heights. I'm having a lot of trouble, and the reason why I'm putting this out there is I'm having trouble learning more about Bill and Edith. Where did Bill serve in the military? Why specifically did he move to Chicago? Where in Germany is Edith Walker from? Who was her first husband? Because Walker was clearly not her first name when she moved here. Where exactly was she a psychiatric adolescent nurse? Again, using her full name, Edith Marie Walker, in Arlington Heights, where Charlie grew up. Did she see Charlie? Is that a plausibility? I would say yes. And I know that Charlie told me the story that they wanted to drug him when he was a kid, but his mom said, no, my kid's a genius. And instead, because his mother refused, they instead put him into this special school. Again, this is investigation, maybe at least nowhere, but this is sure as hell interesting enough for me to put it out there. Mostly because the idea that everything we know about Turning Point's origin story could also be incorrect is equal parts terrifying and fascinating. It would give new meaning to the idea of his life in the Truman Show. I think that's fair to state that. If you have any more information, please message us. Send us an email at moretips@CandaceOwens.com. Maybe your research will be better than mine, but I am particularly interested in Edith Walker Montgomery, and where she came from in Germany and who her family was all very fascinating and interesting time in America indeed. Anyway, we'll take a brief break here before we come back and give you an update on the internet sleuths.
What the fuck did Kanye apologize about this time?
Yay, I'm here for the yay of all seasons. He and I agree on many things, disagree on many things at all times. If he wants to apologize to people that he specifically has hurt, he is welcome to do that. And of course, for people that are now trying to construe this and attach and put Candace,
I don't know who's behind it all. I can't tell you who's behind it all. Yeah, I don't know. I just know. I think I can say with certainty that it wasn't no lone gunman. It's never a lone gunman. It's never a lone gunman, yo. It's damn near impossible to pull something like that off by yourself. It's damn near impossible, yo. Especially when you got people that got bodyguards and they secure the perimeters, and it's damn near impossible to pull that off by yourself. Do you know before Malcolm X got murdered, his whole original security team got arrested? Did y'all know that? The original people that were supposed to bodyguard Malcolm X before he got murdered got arrested the day before his speech. Look it up if you think I'm lying. They got falsely arrested. Then the next day, Malcolm X get murdered.
Whatsoever on Israel, people who mass murder children. So I support Ye in everything that he does, and if I don't support him in anything, I will speak to him directly. So I just wanted to state that because people were asking me, what do you think about this? It's Ye. Ye is always doing something, whatever he wants to do. And the reason why he and I get on so well is because Ye's got to be Ye and Candace has got to be Candace. It's just how it works. Anyway, we'll take a brief break, and then I will get to some of your messages as I see the chat lighting up with that regarding that call that we just played, that Zoom call. All right, you guys, there is a war on truth right now. You feel it, and I feel it. And the biggest weapon that they have, of course, is the algorithm. They rewrite history. They redefine morality to fit a broken secular agenda that has completely erased God from the conversation. That's why I use Magisterium AI, because it's not.
Lawsuits and investigations allege that key members of Malcolm X security team were arrested by the NYPD in coordination with federal agents just days before his February 21st, 1965 assassination. This is what happened, y'all. They got arrested, man. Like, you think that happened by mistake? Nah, man. Don't ever believe when you got assassination. Don't ever believe that one person committed it. That's damn near always not the case. Like, it's hard for one person to pull something off like that. You need a team. I'm telling you. I done followed people before in my life, right? Like and they done got away. Like you need a team. It's hard to do it alone. Trying to explain this shit to you. But Minnesota. Look at this, y'all. Is this normal? Now you got all these athletes speaking out about what's going on. Why, for one, why is he even asked this question? They've been trying for weeks now to get black people emotionally attached to what's going on in Minnesota. Y'all, the average everyday citizen has nothing to do with what's going on in Minneapolis. What's going on in Minneapolis, Minnesota is you have the left and the right at war with each other. That's what's going on. That is the core focus of the problems in Minnesota right now. Now, immigration is what they're using to be able to have this beef with each other. But if you're a resident of Minnesota, like I said before, stay far away from these motherfucking protests. Stay, you don't have nothing to do with it. I did, right? You don't have nothing to do with it, man. Now you got athletes. So first they tried it with the Black Panther dude, the bird song dude. That shit didn't work. Now they're questioning athletes. Like, oh, this is after a basketball game. Like, why is you asking him about protests in Minnesota? He's a Cleveland Cavalier. I mean, how many points did he score? Did he get any rebounds? Did they win the game? I think those are much more important questions for him than to asking him what's going on in Minnesota. But the reason they're doing this is because it's a war between the left and the right, and it's been held in Minnesota, Minneapolis, and they're using athletes to try to gather black people into this bullshit that ain't got nothing to do with us. Listen to him. It's sad, y'all, what they're doing.
It's one of those things where there's a human element to all this, right? Like, you know what I mean? And we were there for
No, it's not a
the
civil
first
rights
one,
issue.
and then to see it happen.
It's not a civil rights issue. Nick, that's where you're being fooled at. It's not a civil rights issue. It's not. That's not what's going on. It's a beef between the left. It's a power issue. It's a fight over power. That's what it is. You got the left and the right beefing with each other. And it's happening in Minnesota because Minnesota, like I said before you two clip me, you two, y'all better not clip me again. What's going on is that Minnesota is a hub for Black Lives Matter and Antifa. The two hubs is Minnesota and Portland. Those are the hubs. Wherever them George Floyd protests was at, and because they lasted months. Those are the hubs for the I guess you want to call it the left, but I'm not picking no side because I don't think we got nothing to do with it. I'm just saying they was already protesting in Minnesota immigration before Trump sent more ICE agents there. They already was protesting. Trump sent ICE agents there not to fight immigration. He sent ICE agents there to fight the protesters. And it's going to get worse. I said before, the residents of Minnesota need to get them people out of their city, man. They need to get them antagonists, them groups out of their city, man. They're the ones that's having innocent people, like I guess Alex, the guy that got killed, is being caught in the mix, being murdered because he think he fighting a fight that he ain't fighting at all. He think he fighting a civil rights issue. This ain't about civil rights. This is about power. This is about dominance. That's what this is about. That like button, man. Let's get to 100 likes.
But again, like, just, it's like it's become the norm. You know what I mean? It's become something that, quite frankly, I don't feel like any of us in here, like it's like, man, like, this is just like a normal thing. Like, that shouldn't be, right? Like, it's one of those things. We are in this bubble as NBA players, right? Like, we're removed. But in the same token, like, being there in Minnesota, and I talked about this, being there in Minnesota when that happened, like, it really made you open your eyes because you're there. You feel it, right? It's 10 minutes away, right? We were on lockdown in the hotel, right? You can only feel for the people of Minnesota, feel for the families, because it's just.
So he's helping further this narrative of it being a civil rights issue. This is what these people would do, man. He's helping push this narrative, but yo, he don't even know what's going on. He don't know what's going on. Because if he did, he would stay out this shit. If he did, he would say no comment.
Not right. Like, you know what I'm saying? And I see it's like the sides. Like, no, I mean, it's the human element. You know what I mean? It's the human part of it that try not to curse. It's like, that gets to me. You know what I'm saying? And that's the part. And you know what I mean? And there's so much craziness and like, oh, it's this, it's that. It's like, no, it's just this.
Yeah, he been used as a puppet.
You know what I mean? Like, what about that? Like, you know what I mean? And I think that's what is awful. It's not right. You know what I mean? It's not right that it keeps happening. It's not right that it's desensitized the way it is. I even saw like the little kid that was by himself. I don't know the full thing, but I saw like the little kid that was by his or herself. Like, what about the human side of that? Like, that's a child by itself, no parent. You know what I mean? I feel like we lose that.
And we found out that was a lie. We found out that them parents was down there protesting and left their fucking kids in the car and got on the news and lied about the whole situation. See, he's speaking, but he don't even know what he's talking about. It was a lie. It was a lie. Let me show you. Yo, the story didn't even make sense. The story didn't make sense, first and foremost. The mother and the father gave two different accounts of the situation. How many days ago that was, y'all? Well, we covered that. The mother and father was down there protesting. They should have stayed their ass in the fucking house. And left their kids in the car. What was that, y'all? What day was that when we watched that video? Hold on, I'm gonna find it. Hold on. Hit that like button, y'all. I'm gonna find it. Somebody sent it to me in my inbox. I think it was Ball Out that sent it to me. Hold on. Here you go, right here. It was a lie.
Tonight's deep dive, we're focusing on ICE enforcement in Minneapolis and one family's experience that's getting national attention.
That like button, get to 100 likes, y'all.
Right now, ICE tear gassed a vehicle that included a 6-month-old baby, causing the baby to be sent to the hospital in Minneapolis, Minnesota. According to the New York Times, Sean and Destiny Jackson, parents to 6 children, were driving in Minneapolis, Minnesota, when a tear gas canister shot by ICE agents exploded underneath their vehicle.
Now look, yo, she's part of the play too. Yo, I told y'all before, in 2019, A lot of during the George Floyd riots, when they was running this play, a lot of these people got into office. They got into politics. You know, they became senators, judges, congressmen, congresswomen. Minnesota's the hub. Mayors, governors. Yo, people just don't understand how this country works, yo, and how power is distributed and how people would do anything for power. Black Lives Matter was a play. The George Floyd protest, not saying that he didn't die, that was real, but everything that happened after that was staged. It was a play. Do y'all remember when the Democrats took a knee and all had on motherfucking like African garments? Like, yo, y'all thought that was real? Like, yo, when I seen that shit, I said, yo, get the fuck out of here. Do y'all remember how much money and resources that they got through them protests? Y'all ain't pay attention to that? Y'all told y'all during them protests, y'all, they used black pain to push gay rights. They used police brutality to push gay rights. A lot of them Antifa members and Black Lives Matter members are also gay. Not saying there's anything wrong with being gay. I always got to clarify that. But the problem is they used a real issue like police brutality and they disguised it as a way to be progressive. But what they really was doing was they was pushing gay rights. That's what they did. And during this time, during the Black Lives Matter, all this is about getting Trump out of office, first and foremost. During this, well, it was several agendas going on at once. During this time, you had people like her. She got into office. Jasmine Crockett got into office. The other lady that I'm going to show y'all later, the Indian lady, she got into office. All these people got into office in 2019. During the protests. During the unrest, as they call it. But this whole narrative about Minneapolis parents was tear gassed by ICE and the baby got, that shit wasn't true. It wasn't true. Not saying that the baby didn't get tear gassed by ICE, but the circumstance that led to it was a lie. Oh.
And I was screaming to my oldest son, Sean. I'm like, get out, get out. Like, I can't, Mom, and I can't breathe. I was doing mouth to mouth, and I remember stopping, and I said, I will give you all my breath till you get yours back, because...
You got to be fucking kidding me.
Obama, too, you're right.
Out of Minneapolis that said their 6-month-old baby, almost died because ICE agents tear gassed their vehicle, that they were just trying to get home. Guess what? That was a straight lie.
No, see, Karma, see, why? See, I thought I explained that. There's nothing wrong with gays having rights. Y'all support whatever people want to do. I'm not anti-gay. You feel me? I'm not anti any of that. The problem is where you gather support under police brutality, making it seem like that this what you was fighting. And this way and once you got to the common goal, your focus was to make this a better situation. But you didn't. You pushed gay rights. That's the issue. The issue is that they use police brutality to push gay rights. If the narrative of Black Lives Matter and Antifa was gay rights from the beginning, let that be known. Let it be known. Nobody's against people having rights. But don't use black people or use police brutality, which is a real thing. Don't use that as a catalyst to push something else. No, I don't do that, man. That's wrong. That's deceitful.
So a Minneapolis family raised about $200,000 claiming that ICE tear gassed their baby while they were innocently driving home from a basketball game. Tragic story, obviously, right? National news coverage, CBS, everybody. Except there's videos of both parents at the protest 45 minutes before they even called 911. And the mom, she's a convicted felon from a murder case that happened during a robbery. Apparently, it was her idea. So we have a lot to talk about. We have some receipts. Let's get into it. Before we dive in, I want to give props to Crime Watch Minneapolis on X. They did all the heavy lifting on this investigation. They're the ones.
See, but Joseph, who's that? Not Joseph. You still not get when black people during the civil rights era, when black people was pushing for equal rights, they let that be known. We're pushing for equal rights. They didn't create a whole media firestorm and a whole campaign for equal rights, but was really pushing free choice or the right for women to choose about abortions. You understand? They didn't say, look, we out here fighting against the police, but their underlying issue was, we just want women to be able to pick and choose if they want to have a baby or not. You get me? They let it be known, this is what we're fighting. We're fighting police brutality. We're fighting black liberation. We're fighting against the establishment. And that was the common goal. So whatever we got from that fight, it was to benefit this cause. They didn't say that's what they was fighting, but really was the benefits from their fight went to free choice. That's the issue. Like, do people understand that? Do that make sense for people? Black Lives Matter use police brutality to push gay rights. That's a problem, man. That's a problem. That's fucked up. You didn't have to do that. You didn't have to do that, man.
Who found the video evidence, dug through the court records, and tracked down the timeline inconsistencies. I saw this on X yesterday and I said I have to talk about this. While major news outlets are just running with the sob story, Crime Watch was actually doing some real journalism, pulling receipts and checking the facts. So everything I'm going to show you, they broke it down first. So follow them, support their work, because this is what actual investigating reporting looks like. So before we even jump into the story, I'm going to show you the CBS story, and we're going to watch the reaction from the husband explaining what happened. And then we'll get into what really happened.
He an innocent child. All my kids are innocent. They didn't ask for this. Yeah. Can you so your kids were in the back of this car? My kids was in the back. My wife was in the front seat. I was pulling off. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Look. And your windows were down? No, my windows weren't even down. That window was down.
Off the rip, we called this story out because it's bogus. I'm from Baltimore, born and raised. I remember the Freddie Gray riots. And whenever your city is rioting or protesting, you know exactly where it is. Exactly. Because they're not rioting and protesting all over the city. The city won't even allow that. They're in certain pockets of the city. Or one pocket of the city. So when this guy came out and ran this narrative that, I turned down the wrong street and I tried to back up. No. That was the first red flag on his story. That's a lie. These protests are contained and restricted to certain parts of the city. And it's widely known that this is where the protesters are. So if you want to avoid the protests, to go around these areas. Now, he made it seem like, we just left the basketball game and, we rode down the wrong street. No, that was a lie. That was a lie. And they're going to show in this video that they didn't just ride down the wrong street. They was actually involved in a protest. And if their kids was with them, they left their kids in the car, man.
Right. But I was doing something. I rolled my window down. But look.
So how did the ICE agents get mace into your car?
It was the officer that's standing right here that threw it.
He threw the mace?
Yes, he threw the mace. And I don't know if it came from the bottom, came through the vest, but my car just filled up like caught on fire.
And your kids?
My kids can't breathe. They're at the hospital.
Your kids are in hospital, and how old are they?
11, 7, 2 4-year-olds, a 2-year-old, and a 6-month-old.
What do you make of ICE?
I don't like them. I don't even participate with them. Mm-hmm. And it's like, Just to show how they don't care.
Someone else has been shot in this neighborhood tonight.
Innocent people, innocent kids. Like, it's to the point, it's like it's getting unsafe.
Will your kids be okay?
I don't know. My 7-year-old couldn't breathe. He got rushed to the hospital by the ambulance.
That must be utterly terrifying for you.
Yes. He got rushed to the hospital by the ambulance.
Did you tell the officers what they've done?
Yeah, I was arguing with the officer to call the ambulance for 5 minutes.
He wouldn't call the ambulance for you?
No, he told me to call them back and get them on the line.
Could he see that you had your baby?
Yeah, he knew that they was in the car. He told another protester to stop talking, let him talk. He knew that they was in the car. He didn't even try to help.
You must be furious.
Yes, I'm mad as hell. If not, it's going to be hell on wheels. They definitely going to have to pay for it. He an innocent child. All my kids are innocent. They
didn't ask for this.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
Man, Joseph, they trying hard as a motherfucker. Y'all heard the story, right?
He trying to pull off. See how they just...
We were leaving South Minneapolis.
Now listen to her story. They tell yo one thing about the truth is the truth don't have to be explained more than once. You know, the truth only has, you know, you can't tell multiple versions of the truth. Yo, the truth is what it is. It's the truth and it's a lie. Whenever the story start getting changed and manipulated and, you know, they start adding to it. Like, you don't have to add nothing to the truth or take anything away. And once stories start getting added to and things taken away, you got to question the whole story, the whole validity of it.
Basketball game at Anderson Middle School.
Listen to it.
As the night unfolded,
we started to see, you know, lights and stuff.
One North Minneapolis family trying to make their way home.
Like, even trying to leave, I couldn't go backwards, forward. None of it. It was like I was just stuck.
Destiny and Sean Jackson, along with their 6 kids, had just left the nearby grocery store after the game when they turned onto Lyndale. Sean says they tried to take a side street after they saw the crowds.
There's nothing we can do if it's blocked off.
If you saw the news, but Fox News is claiming President Trump is declining in the polls. President Trump responded.
Sean and Destiny say they were stuck between crowds of protesters and law enforcement when law enforcement tried to disperse the crowd.
All we heard was boom, and every airbag deployed.
They say a flashbang went off near their car as tear gas enveloped them.
And I was screaming to my oldest son, Sean. I'm like, get out, get out. Like, I can't, Mom, and I can't breathe.
Destiny says bystanders pulled her into a home to check on her as she screamed that her 6-month-old child was still in the car.
He was just like lifeless, like he had like foam like around his mouth, and he had tears coming out his eyes. I was giving him mouth to mouth, and I remember stopping and I said, I will give you all my breath till you get yours back, because nobody wants to see their kids like that.
The family was taken to the hospital, all now okay.
Like, my kids' stuff is still in the car. My son's school stuff.
A family on their way home, caught in chaos. So you see right there, Destiny and Sean Jackson told the media this would happen on January 14th. They were leaving their son's basketball game at Anderson Middle School in South Minneapolis. It was supposed to be a peaceful family night. 6 kids in the car, ages 11, 7, 4, 2, 2-year-olds, and a 6-month-old infant. According to their GoFundMe, and I'm reading this directly, they were innocent bystanders driving through what should have been a peaceful protest. They claim a tear gas canister rolled underneath their truck, lifted it off the ground, airbags deployed, doors locked themselves, and the car was filled with tear gas. Their infant stopped breathing. Destiny says that she performed CPR, gave the baby mouth to mouth. Bystanders pulled her to safety. Absolutely terrifying story. That CBS News came to their house, filmed the entire segment, national coverage, and then you see the GoFundMe reaching over $200,000 in donations. One problem though, actually several problems. So let me know when you watch those 2 stories, let me know if you noticed some things that just didn't.
Yo, listen to me, y'all. Yo, get out of politics. I don't care if you left, right, yo, get out of politics. It doesn't serve the people any benefit. This ain't about left or right. This is about fact versus falsehoods. This is about truth versus a lie. This is about the media manipulating and controlling public opinion with lies, man. That's what this is about. I don't give a fuck about no left. I don't give a fuck about no right. I don't give a fuck about no Trump. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. I'm more worried about the people being fooled and manipulated into fighting a something that doesn't benefit us. I'm more worried about innocent people being murdered, involving themselves in a situation that doesn't benefit them. That's what I'm worried about. Because that's what's happening. You got people in Minnesota fighting a fight, and they don't know why they fighting. They think they fighting immigration. They think they fighting human rights. And they ain't fighting that. They're not fighting that, man. You're picking a side. The left and the right is at war with each other. It has been going on for years. And they holding court in the streets of Minneapolis. The people ain't got nothing to do with it. Yeah, it's a lie, man. It's a lie. But look, first they say tear gas lifted the car. And then they say tear gas, it was thrown under the car. It's not true, yo. It was a lie. They don't know what happened because they wasn't even at the car. They wasn't even there. Watch. What's up, Bob?
Work well. But first, the basketball game at the middle school started at 5 p.m. You can check the school schedule. It's all public record. The 911 call about the baby dispatched at 9:22 p.m.
Engine 4 to respond for now. On the corner of 23rd and Lindale Avenue North, we got a report of a baby that's been exposed to tear gas at 404 India. Engine 4, we got a report to 626.
Yo, let's get to 100 likes, y'all. Come on, now hit the like button. All you gotta do is tap the screen twice and subscribe to the channel. It's one of the few channels that's gonna keep it all the way real with y'all about these topics. No cut cards, none of that.
Avenue North, a baby that's been exposed to tear gas.
That's 4 hours between the game starting and the emergency. Even if the game ran long, I don't know, they had 4 or 5 overtimes. Let's say it ended at 7 p.m. That is still over 2 hours. This is not an NBA regulation game. Usually boys' games don't take that long to finish. So this is where it gets interesting. Video footage from that night, timestamped from multiple sources, shows that Destiny and Sean Jackson was at the protest. Just walking around. They were chilling with other protesters.
I agree with you, Jack.
That timestamp was around 8:30 to 8:45 p.m.
On the north side, get up and get ready. Everybody get their guns out.
Now the news had these people on their show, giving them publicity, and didn't fact check their story. Their story don't add up. It don't add up.
Let's go.
Look at y'all. Check your man out. That's y'all. That's the same guys that was riding through the protest. I was riding through the protest, and ICE threw tear gas under my vehicle. It looked like me, my guy, you are part of the protest. What are you doing? Where the kids at? Where's the kids? They might be. They might be paid agents.
I'm on that. This ain't Whipple. This ain't no La La Land. This my hood now. Y'all in my... Oh, I thought that was the mic.
And look, who is this guy? Who's this guy recording and trying to rally the troops? I wonder if he's getting paid. Yo, these people are paid protesters. And that's all I want people to understand. If you're in Minnesota, stay out this shit. That's all I'm trying to get people to understand. I'm trying to save lives over here, man. If you're in Minnesota, stay out of this, yo. You don't have nothing to do with you. You're going to get yourself hurt. Involving yourself in other people's business. Whatever fight that they fight, let them people figure that shit out, man. But the average, everyday citizen that get up and go to work every day, yo, you ain't got nothing to do with this, man. At all. At all.
They doing flashbangs on both sides.
Look.
Now, white folks, y'all on the north side where black people been feeling this for the last 400 years.
Look. Now you trying to make it racial. Yo, this ain't got nothing to do with white and black. This is left versus right. This is left versus right. And I think we all need to back out of that shit. neither.
I ain't finna send this bitch up to the moon and motherfuckers is gonna die over here.
Listen to
All
him.
my kids.
He trying to talk people into the graveyard. I'd have told him, like I said with the Black Panther dude, you die first. You die first. You sitting there telling people that we need to die about this shit. Then yo, I think you need to be the fucking example. Whenever, and this is me speaking figuratively. Whenever you had these people talking like that, yo, what the fuck? Show us. You feel me? That's the best way you can convince me that what you saying is accurate. Go out that bitch. I want to see it. But they won't do that because that's not their role. Their role is to get me and you to do it. Their role is to talk it and get us to die for it. No, hell no. You die first. You die first, I die shortly afterwards. You feel me? But you will never know because you be already dead. But these people are being paid to trick us into involving ourselves in a beef that doesn't really concern us. Yo, that man sit there and say, yo, we ready to die about this. I wonder if he's still living. Has he died yet? Do anybody know if this guy died yet? Or is he still uploading videos telling everybody else to die? Is this guy right here still living? It concerns me because I care about the people. I care about the people. That's why it concerns me. I don't like my people being lied to. I don't like people being manipulated.
On my kids, this ain't Whipple. I ain't finna send this bitch up to the moon and motherfuckers is gonna die over here on my kids. No, listen. Real deaths. Real deaths.
Look.
Real deaths. I'm not, see Operation
Yo, it ain't hard to die, y'all. Look, here go the girl. Where the kids at? Like, yo, if you trying to die for the cause like he's saying he's doing, and mind you, I'm not saying, I gotta make sure I clarify that. Not saying he should, but I'm saying if you want to, it ain't that hard. Like, you know, it's 1,000 ways to die. Wasn't that a TV show or a book or something? You feel me? There's 1,000 ways to die with this bitch, bro. If your goal is to die for the cause, then yo, go right the fuck ahead, yo. Why you need me? The fuck? What you don't need me to die with you. If we die together, you won't know who. If I died anyway, cause you already be gone. So, go ahead, yo. Do what you do. Do what you do. Lead by example. But here go the girl. So we had the guy who said his 6 kids was in a car, and Ice threw a cocktail and threw a smoke grenade, and it blew up under the car, injured a 6-month-old baby. And they both supposed to just been riding through the protest. But here go the girl right here. She's standing up just like he was. They both at the look. You see her? What's this? 8:53. You see her?
I'm on that. This ain't Whipple. This ain't no.
On 8:30 to
Look.
8:45
Get that guns out. Let's go.
looking around. There were children.
Everybody get that guns out. Let's go.
So look. There he go. So you got him and her outside actively protesting with kids in the car. They both out there protesting. They done got on the news and lied and said I went down the wrong street. We was just coming from the basketball game and da-da-da-da-da and this, that, and the third, and they out there protesting. So you got him, and then you got her.
Real deaths. I'm not. See Operation.
Look at her. They got the same. That's how you know it's done, because they both got on the same hoodie. They both got on the same hoodie.
That's 45 minutes before 911 called about their baby not breathing. So where were the other 6 kids during this time, including the infant? It seems like they were in the car, unattended, at a riot.
I said the same thing. Release series 2. I said them parents need to be charged with reckless endangerment, man. Neglect or something. That's fucked up. They put their kids in harm's way like that. Use their kids as a fucking prop. And you never know who they are. They might be a part of one of them groups too. Or they could be citizens that got caught in the mix. Because that's happening too. But people can avoid these situations if they just stay in the house. They stay out of it.
Have 6 children, the youngest being 6 months old, alone in a vehicle where they participated in a protest they knew was getting volatile. Mind you, that was a situation where Renee Good was killed by an ICE officer. Why would you have your kids in that situation where you knew that emotions were high and people were looking for blood, basically? Why would you have your kids unattended in that car? The second problem, the stories don't match up. You can see what Sean Jackson told the media in his first interview versus what they put on that GoFundMe, because the stories don't line up. The first interview says, my wife was in the front seat and he was pulling off. He claims he rolled his window down. Says the mace and tear gas came through the window.
My wife was in the front seat. I was pulling off. Yeah, look.
And your windows were down?
No, my windows weren't even down. That window was down.
Right.
But I was doing something. I rolled my window down. But look.
So how did the ICE agents get mace into your car?
It was the officer that's sitting right here that threw it.
He threw the mace?
Yes, he threw the mace.
And
I don't know if it came from the bottom.
The problem is the GoFundMe says the tear gas canister rolled underneath the truck and the truck lifted off the ground and airbags were deployed, doors were locked, and the car was full of gas. The news story version says a flashbang went off near the car with the airbags deployed. Destiny was pulled into a home by bystanders while screaming, "My baby was in the car."
Sean and Destiny say they were stuck between crowds of protesters and law enforcement. When law enforcement tried to disperse the crowd,
all we heard was boom, and every airbag deployed.
They say a flashbang went off near their car as tear gas enveloped them.
So hold up. If Destiny was in the front seat the whole time, like Sean said, why did the bystanders need to pull her into a house? Why was she separated from the vehicle? Unless she wasn't in the vehicle. Because the video shows that she's just walking around outside among the protesters, away from the car that would have been parked somewhere. This story keeps changing depending on who's asking and when. The third problem, in the interview, Sean Jackson explicitly says,
I'd have never put my kids in no type of situation like that. Like I said, even without this information, I knew this was a lie. I didn't have to see. We called this out the first day this aired. Y'all remember, for people that follow my channel? The first time this story came out and everybody got emotional about it, we called it out off the rip, man. This shit is a lie. It's a lie. Not that it didn't happen, but that, y'all went down there intentionally. Y'all didn't just stumble across no protest. This is not a situation where y'all was just innocently attacked or became a victim because of just by being innocent or unaware of the circumstances. No, this ain't that. Y'all was completely aware of everything that was going on, and y'all put y'all kids in harm's way. That's what they did. If it even happened. Might not even be no kids.
I don't participate with ...
They're not brutalizing innocent people, man. Nobody that was hurt was innocent. So, I mean, nobody that was killed was innocent. It's not innocent people, man. These are paid antagonists. You must have just came in. This is a war between the left and the right. The left and the right is beefing with each other. And it's happening in Minnesota. If you innocent, stay the fuck out of it. The left have enough people there to fight whatever fight they're trying to fight. And the right is ICE. ICE is the right. Probably mixed up with Proud Boy members and whoever other right groups that's a part of it. And they going to war with each other, man. And if you're an innocent civilian, if you just a regular tax-paying citizen, stay the fucking house, man. Watch from the internet or from the sideline like everybody else doing. But if you go out there participating in that shit, it's because you got tricked or you wanted to be a part of it. What you mean? You can't tell these are paid protests. You got protesters walking around with tear gas and whistles, and they pay. Yo, did y'all see? One of the Black Lives Matter ladies got indicted, and part of what came out in her paperwork was they have funds set up to bail people out of jail when they get arrested for protesting. They have funds set up. Let me say it again. To bail people out of jail when you get arrested for protesting. Yo, that is not normal. That's paid. Who is funding this? Yo, the woman that was murdered, the mother of 3 that was murdered in Minnesota, was from Colorado Springs. She wasn't from Minnesota. She just moved to Minnesota recently. There are reports that came out that say she was part of a group that followed ICE around. There's groups that's being paid to follow ICE around. So if that same person has a run-in with ICE and it goes bad, then you're not innocent. You're not innocent. You knew what you was doing. You took on a job title, and the rest is history. These are not innocent people. Alex, whatever his last name is, who was murdered the other day, was out there protecting an antagonist. You know they're antagonists because they all blowing whistles. Let me show y'all something. We're going to get back to this video. And I showed y'all this on the last video, but it's new people every day. Let me show y'all something. Hit that like button, y'all. Let me show y'all something. Did y'all see this? Look at this shit right here. Mayor in the Philippines survives a rocket launcher assassination. This is the 4th attempt on his life. Have y'all seen this? Yo, they shot a rocket launcher at that man. That happened the other day. All right, so let me get back to what I was saying. That's not that. Yo, the point of this video, man, is to hope people open their eyes up. Now, some of these people are American citizens. Yo, but they're getting tricked and manipulated into these confrontations by media trying to make people sympathetic, playing to your emotions. Yo, this is the sad part about it. The sad part about it is there is people being caught up in this bullshit. But they need to stay home, man. That's all I want people to understand, yo. You don't have to participate in this. ICE isn't targeting American citizens. But American citizens are being tricked into this nonsense. They're not. They're not. They're talking, maybe you're right, they are. But these American citizens the American citizens that are being targeted are paid antagonists. They're there to do a job.
This is your warning. This is your warning.
For what?
Stop fucking following us. You are impeding operations. This is the United States federal
I live
government.
over here. I gotta get to my house.
This is your warning.
Gotta get to
All
my
right?
house.
Go home to your kids.
Go to church.
Go to home to your kids. This is your last warning.
I serve the Lord.
will arrest you.
They're not talking to everyone. That's the
Go to
lie that the
church.
media. That's the lie that the media is pushing. They're not talking to everyone. They're not. They're talking to people that's talking to them. And some people are getting caught in the mix for being nosy. That's what's going on. They're targeting the people that's targeting them. Kaylee, you are allowed to film, but you're not allowed to follow. These at the end of the day, however people feel about ICE, they federal agents. And they're there to do a job. So you can't just follow them and expect not to have a confrontation. Especially when they know, just like I'm telling y'all, that some of these, that there are groups being paid to follow them. Those are the targets. Yo, this is a beef been going on, y'all. It's a beef.
You should be in church.
Just don't make a bad decision, okay, sir?
I'm not making any bad decision. I'm peaceful. I serve the Lord. Not a draft dodging coward.
Have a great day, sir.
You too. God bless. Let these people go to church. Let these people serve the Lord and work.
Yeah, she shouldn't have been there. No, but no, Renee was an antagonist. She was a paid protester. Look, all of them have these whistles. So you mean to tell me that's part of the protest? If you want to protest, go out and get you a whistle. All these whistles being distributed. Is somebody handing them these things? Who's giving them whistles and flashbangs and hand grenades? Not hand grenades, but tear gas. Because protesters got tear gas too. No, they didn't. Look. So look, you see how they blowing that whistle? You go up here, it's the same thing right here.
They're doing too much, man, and they keep pushing people, you know?
It's the same thing right here. Hold on. Fuck is it at? Hold on. So everybody just got whistles. You know, it's just common now. Everybody just walk around with fucking whistles and shit. Everybody got whistles. It's not, I'm just showing out. It's not that they just blowing whistles, man. It's the fact that they're intentionally harassing, antagonizing. You don't have, it's freedom of speech is not freedom of consequence. Invest. We should know that by now. We done had a lot of people being murdered for their speech. There's not freedom of consequence. It's consequences for your actions. What I'm showing you is, why do everybody seem to have these whistles? Look, this whistle's being blown right here. Why everybody got whistles? This is Renee Good. It's not Ice blowing a whistle. Look, that's Renee Good right there, y'all. So you think that's just an average American citizen, y'all? Y'all think that's just an average American citizen, just sitting in the middle of the street, blowing a whistle and honking the horn? Nah, yo, she paid, man. She paid. Now you go to the other shooting. Hold on.
Actually got
Look, more whistles being blown. Y'all think this is normal? Come on, man. People gotta be smarter than that, man. More whistles being blown. Look. Now he got in the way, thinking that she was just an American citizen. She's not just an American citizen. She's being paid to antagonize, and that's what she's doing. Alex should have stayed out of this. Alex got tricked into believing that he was protecting an American citizen. That's what it looks like to me. Look. Everybody just got whistles now.
Go.
Look.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Look. These are paid antagonists, y'all. Alex should have stayed out of this. If he wasn't a part of it. But I'm thinking he was a part of it too. Because why was he? You see how he was recording? He recording it. Now he trying to protect them. I'm starting to think he wasn't just an American citizen either. He probably got tricked into the bullshit. Yo, whether you agree with me or not, I'm trying to save lives on this internet, man.
Alex's picture for the first.
I want people to stay the fuck out of this. Let them people figure that shit out, man. However it go. But as an American taxpaying citizen that was born and raised here, whose family is from here, whose immigration status has never been in question, you should not be out there protesting. You said there's a video that's out there that one of the protest coordinators is also a campaign planner for what? I can believe it. It's right here. I can believe it because they're a part of it. I talked about that the other day. The government in Minnesota is a part of this shit. They're a part of it. That's how it's allowed to go on for so long. I just seen a video where in Minnesota they deployed their own agents to fight against ICE. Like, yo, it's man. I just hope it ain't too late. People gonna wake up eventually. I just hope it ain't too late.
Tonight's deep dive, we're focusing on ICE enforcement in Minneapolis and one family's experience that's getting.
People gonna wake up eventually.
Denying being a part of the protest, said that they were just trying to drive through. Except there's video of his wife at the protest. There's footage of them walking around. He told the local news that he was not participating in the protest, while there's video evidence of him participating in the protest.
What do you make of ICE?
I don't like her. I don't even.
And they're not gonna ask me that, yo. They're not even gonna ask you that, Kaylee. They're not gonna ask you that or me that. All right, I'm gonna talk about that too, Nick. I'm gonna get there. I'm trying to make my way to that.
And it's like, just show how they don't care.
Someone else is being shot in this
innocent
neighborhood
people.
tonight.
Innocent people, innocent kids.
When you look at the video, you see the mother walk around. They're sharing the same identical sweatshirt. So something is off right here. And the problem is, it gets even worse. Who is Destiny Jackson? Well, when you dig into who she is, public records, court documents, all available online, turns out Destiny Jackson used to be Destiny Bradshaw. In 2019, a 20-year-old Malik Smith was fatally shot during a robbery in North Minneapolis.
Y'all keep talking about, yo, this ain't about rights. What the fuck? Yo, why y'all don't get it? Yo, why y'all, yo, this ain't about human rights, man. Yo, can people stop that? This is not about human rights. It's not about that. It's about power. It's about control. That's it. It ain't even so much so about immigration. It's not even about immigration, man. It's about control, man.
But here's the thing, this wasn't just some robbery gone wrong. Destiny Bradshaw set him up. She catfished Malik Smith on Facebook, posing as a marijuana seller. She lured him into a location. When his car door didn't open, her accomplice, James Moore, shot him in the back. Malik Smith died. Destiny Bradshaw was charged with second-degree murder. The court documents are clear. She was intentionally aiding, advising, hiring, counseling, or conspiring with others to cause his death. She pleaded guilty to aiding and abetting in December 2020. The shooter, James Moore, got 30 years for second-degree murder. The other offender, Perkins, got 86 months for aiding an offender. So now you have a mother claiming to be a victim of police brutality who raised over $200,000 in donations, who got national sympathy for being an innocent mom, that just years ago catfished a 20-year-old kid, set him up to be robbed, and he was shot in the back and killed. Now she's the face of the GoFundMe campaign, painting herself as a victim. Now, obviously, I'm not saying that people can't change, but when you see red flags, you have to acknowledge them. This story has important context that the media somehow didn't mention when they were running this innocent family narrative. Now, another problem I have is just how they reacted, especially with Sean Jackson when he first realized this was happening. If my 6-month-old just stopped breathing, if I truly believed that federal agents had nearly killed my baby through negligence or aggression, I would be destroyed. I would be shaking with rage. I wouldn't be able to speak. I would be demanding arrest. I would be screaming for accountability. Sean just seems calm, measured. I don't know, almost rehearsed. He's upset. Sure, but there's something off about that delivery. It doesn't match the severity of what he's describing. And maybe I'm reading too much into it, but combined with everything else, combined with contradicting stories, the video evidence, the timeline issues, the criminal background,
it's just obvious. It's not because it's obvious. It's just some people can't see it. It's obvious to me what's going on. Like he said, yo, who would do that? Your 6-month-old baby was in a car that got tear gassed and is in a hospital, critical condition, and you get on the news and do several interviews the same day, the same night. Like, come on, man. Like, oh, people can't be at. I'm starting to believe there's no hope for humanity, man. I'm starting to believe there's no hope for humanity. Because we are for the media is going to forever be able to play these games with us.
Feels performative. Based on the evidence, the timestamps, the video footage, the court records, the contradicting accounts, here's what likely happened. Destiny and Sean Jackson wanted to take their son to a basketball game. The game started at 5. At some point after, whether immediately or hours later, they decided to go to a protest happening in North Minneapolis. They brought all 6 kids with them. They parked the car, and then they left their children inside while they walked around and participated in a potentially violent protest. The situation got volatile. Federal agents deployed tear gas to disperse the crowds. One woman was shot and killed that day by the ICE officer. So at some point, either from the tear gas deployment or from the chaos, their vehicle was affected. The infant was exposed to tear gas, stopped breathing, and Destiny performed CPR. That part is probably true. The baby was probably in medical distress. I believe that happened. But instead of saying we made a terrible
Right.
decision to bring our kids to a
Broski,
volatile
you'd have thought
situation
that'd,
and
hey,
left them
Broski, you'd
unattended.
have thought that'd have been common sense. Rule number 1. Never take your children to a protest, especially one that's been violent for days. Especially one that's been violent for days. This is the same day that Renee Good was murdered. You know it's going to get violent.
They created a narrative where they were just the innocent victims just trying to drive home. They claimed the truck lifted off the ground, airbags deployed, doors locked, made it sound like it was a scene
Right,
from an
for
action
weeks.
movie. And obviously with the media, they ran with it. No fact-checking, no verification. CBS News sent an entire crew to film them at home, but couldn't be bothered to check the timeline or look for video evidence. Real families who are actual victims of police brutality or misconduct, their stories get questioned because of cases like this. Real protests about actual injustice, people don't believe it because people exploit it for sympathy and fundraising. Real donors who gave money thinking they were helping innocent victims of police violence, it looks like they got scammed. That $200,000 went to people who endangered their own children and then lied about it. And those 6 kids, they're the real victims.
That's what I'm saying, because that's what I'm saying, broski. Because what's going on in Minnesota isn't normal. It's not normal, y'all. This is not just protesting. This is not just protesting immigration. And that's all I want to get people to understand, yo. This is not protesting immigration. This is the beef. This is a war. This is a battle between the left and the right. That's what this is, man. And us has, I don't know how many, I probably said it 7 times this video because people still don't get it. We don't have nothing to do with this. If you're out there protesting, you out of bounds. Stay the fucking house. You out of bounds, man. Shouldn't be out there. So the other day, you got a congresswoman that was sprayed. And now we talked about her too the other day. Yes, day for yesterday. She is also a part of the play. Like, oh, this stuff stressed this stuff stressed into the government in Minnesota, y'all. The government in Minnesota is compromised. Allegedly. Obviously. The mayor, maybe the police chief, the governor, they all compromised. So look what happened to her the other day.
Must resign or face impeachment. I don't know.
Now, if she had, this probably was fake, because if somebody was to spray something, you would thought it'd have been fatal. I think she's still with us, y'all. I think she's still with us. So this was all part of the play. Like, oh my gosh, y'all, it's hard even explaining it. Just pay attention, y'all.
Resign or
Yo, do you know what the Somalian people are doing? The Somalian people, and she's one of them. We talked about that in the last live. The Somalian people scammed Minnesota, the United States, for, I think it was like $9 billion or something. It was crazy numbers, y'all. It was in the billions. It's in the billions. And they're trying to sell black people this narrative. Like, look what they're doing to our black brothers and sisters from Somalia. Like, what the fuck? We ain't got shit to do with them. Yeah, y'all, but of course it's not all of them. It's never all of them. But the ones that did it made it bad for the ones that wasn't. No, they ain't black. Fuck no. But that's the narrative they're trying to paint. Oh, they're black. Our black brothers and sisters from Somalia. They ain't put us in on a scam. Black Lives Matter was a scam. They didn't put us in. There wasn't no black Americans a part of that motherfucking play. Look, another basketball player.
PR has tried, but I'm not gonna sit here and give some politically correct, you know. I know, I mean, every day I wake up and see the news and I'm horrified. I think that it's crazy that some people might make it seem like, or make it sound like
Why are all these sports players being asked about this? I'm sure he would much rather talk about the game or practice. This man is from France. Why the fuck is they asking him about what's going on in Minnesota?
acceptable. The murder of civilians is acceptable, you know.
Hit that like button, let's get to 100 likes, y'all.
Every day, I mean, I read the news and sometimes I'm asking very deep questions about my own life. But you know, I'm conscious also that saying everything, you know, that's on my mind would have a cost that's too great for me right now. So it's, I'd rather not get into too many details.
Is that kind of a big factor in this, that people have that fear that if they speak openly about an injustice they see, there can be repercussions?
Not for sure. I mean,
they care, yo. They probably don't even know. You heard me? Yeah, they probably don't even know what's going on. Could care less. But since they're part of the system, since they pawns, this is what we need you to do. Answer to your best of your ability. That's what they told him.
it's terrible.
Hit that like button, y'all. 5 more likes, we at 100.
I know I'm a foreigner. You know, I live in this country. And I am concerned for sure.
Is that part of your hesitance, being a foreigner? Does that play into your?
Oh, for sure.
Who paid them to ask these questions?
Yeah. PR has tried.
Y'all think they asked them questions on their own, or somebody paid them? What y'all think?
Do you agree with the assessment from some of your own officials that Alex Preddy is a domestic terrorist or an assassin?
The like button, y'all. 5 more likes.
He shouldn't have been carrying a gun, but hey, look, bottom line, everybody in this room, we view that as a very unfortunate incident, okay? Right. Everyone, unless you're a stupid person, very, very unfortunate incident. I don't like that he had a gun. I don't like that he had 2 fully loaded magazines. That's a lot of bad stuff. And despite that, I say that's a very unfortunate.
Do you agree with the assessment from some of your own officials?
You said, I want to hear what the backup point guard guy say. Nobody like, man, fuck that shit. I'm trying to get the game. Yeah, that's the backup point guard gonna say. Hold up. Look, here we go.
Minnesota looks.
It's just, for some reason, they just finds they gotta find a black person. They is trying so hard to get black people involved in this nonsense. And I'm fighting so hard to tell not just black people, but all people to stay the fuck out of it. So I guess I'm at war too. I'm at war with the narrative.
Insane right now. The people have spoken. They're out there in full glory. There's so many people stepping up to the plate right now. What are your thoughts on this situation after 2 killings? Trump looked like is he changing course? I don't know what. He's switching up a little bit. What do you think?
Well, what I think is that in the last month we've seen 2 American citizens executed in the streets. And
hey, yo, I do be exhausted, bro.
We have a rogue and law.
I do be exhausted, yo. You ain't lying. It's frustrating. I'm damn near losing my voice. It's frustrating, yo, trying to enlighten people that don't want to be enlightened. It is. It's very frustrating.
Lawless law enforcement agency and ICE terrorizing the people of Minneapolis. It's clear political retaliation.
Sure.
And we
politically retaliation for what? If this is a real conversation, I'd have made it because she knows something. What are they politically retaliating against? Fuck is her name again? Hill. Fuck her name again? I forgot her name. But yeah. Okay.
Decide
Is this the kind of leadership we really feel like is reflective of these American values we say that we have? The shame of it is not only did we have 2 citizens who were murdered in the street, but we had federal officials in very high positions lying to the American people as if we didn't see the video.
Yeah.
And so it's embarrassing, and it's heartbreaking. And unfortunately, when it comes to state sanctioned violence in particular, Black people know exactly what this is because we've seen it happen to many of us many, many times. And so I just hope that this really is, as Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota said, a real inflection point. I hope that Donald Trump is able to do some soul searching and understand that what he's unleashed is going to tear the fabric of this country apart. And so I hope it is that moment that people reflect and see and say, this isn't right. And we need to be much better than this.
And you see like the flip-flop on the Second Amendment happening all of a sudden.
Oh, yeah.
Too.
I mean, like, Kyle Rittenhouse brought a high-powered weapon to a protest, and that was cool for some people.
He was a good kid.
Yeah,
I think that was the quote. He was a nice guy.
Somebody protecting property that wasn't home.
So y'all can't tell this whole conversation is politically motivated. This whole conversation is politically motivated to create division, to tug at your emotions in order for you to get into this fight that doesn't benefit nobody.
Is in a state he didn't live in, and he's a conservative hero for that. And here we have this ICU nurse who helps veterans for a living, legally carrying his weapon that he did not pull on officers, and for him to be branded a terrorist, it's just, to be honest, it's disgusting.
Maybe
and so
he
I feel
was.
for his family.
Maybe he was. I don't know. But it looked like it, based off the video, for him to just be recording, looked like he might be a part of them groups his damn self. Looked like he might be part of them groups.
And for all his loved ones who have to watch not only their loved one murdered in the street by the government, but also they have to then see government officials disparaging the character of somebody they love. That's unacceptable. I think we're looking at a government that has lost the trust of the American people because there's clearly they've engaged in activity that would lead you to believe that this is a cover-up in motion. Why are they detaining witnesses on the scene? Why are they hiding the identity of this officer who committed this, what I consider to be a crime? An investigation sounds like a really poor, pathetic attempt to try to cover up the fact that you look at how the public has turned against ICE. Like, naturally, of course, we all want to deport bad people who deserve to be deported, who shouldn't be here.
Right.
But this ain't the way to do it. And it's not even about really deportations, because why are you in Minneapolis? Why are you in Minnesota? Funny, Florida and Texas, red states, they have way more undocumented people, and you don't see ICE being unleashed in this way in those states. So
the dog and pony show.
It's political retaliation, and a young man lost his life who clearly was a servant of people, and that's something, I don't care what your political affiliation is, as an American, you need to be outright disgusted by this. Hell no.
hey, we're walking into Super Bowl week, and they said they're going there too. Any message? I mean, it matches.
It matches. It's San Francisco. It's California. He hates Gavin Newsom. We know what this is like.
Hey, take care. Thank you so much. Minnesota looks insane right now. The people have spoken. They're out there in full glory. There's so many people stepping up to the plate right now. What are your thoughts on this situation after 2 killings? Trump looked like is he changing course? I don't know what. He's switching up a little bit. What do you think?
Well, what I think is that in the last month, we've seen 2 American citizens executed in the streets. And, we have a rogue and lawless law enforcement agency in ICE terrorizing the people of Minneapolis
It's clear political retaliation. And
a bored ass dude, you're wrong. And you can be wrong if you want to be. You know. You can be wrong. Now look at us. Minnesota State Patrol has been activated after President Trump calls Governor Tim Walz out. So look, so the Minnesota government, instead of trying to get the illegals, you know, instead of fighting against the illegals, you know what I mean? 'Cause that's what they say the fight is for. He fighting against the people that's trying to get the illegals out. So he employed his own police to fight against ICE. And y'all can't see what this is. This is so all this is normal to people. If this wouldn't happen, it's not too many other places in the United States this would even be able to go on, man. Look.
Please sit down and wait for instruction.
Yeah.
Where's your credentials?
I'm on level 12 news.
I can't hear you.
I'm on level 12 news. BG on the scene. I just pressed.
You don't have any press credentials?
I don't. I can tell you
I can't convince you. You already lost.
All right, why don't you move out there, okay? Just get out there. Stay outside the line, okay? Coming out. Coming out.
Let's see if we can get some more information on that. State Patrol deployed to Minnesota.
Have you activated the National Guard? I noted that Sheriff Witt has requested for additional assistance. Can you tell us whether they're going to be playing a role in keeping the peace?
Yeah. Yes, the answer is yes, we have, as we said last week, and we staged those troops. I'll have General Menke talk about
Boy,
where
that
they're
dude
at.
lost,
And,
man.
again,
Pray
use
for
this
him,
as an
y'all.
opportunity to stress to Minnesotans the frustration you have, and as you saw this, they killed a man, created chaos, pushed down protesters, threw gas indiscriminately, and then left the scene, and then we're left to clean up. I understand the anger. I understand trying to parse who were the law enforcement on the scene when you got there after a man was killed is difficult for folks who are out there. But I can't stress enough, our goal, and I'll have General Menke talk about what the role of these Guard troops are in conjunction with incredible work from the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, from mutual aid across, and of course the State Patrol, of trying to get to the point where what we're saying is we can handle this, and Minnesotans can express their First Amendment rights and have our folks on the streets and get these people out of here. And so, John, if you want to talk a little bit, but the answer is yes, there's activated. He can talk to you about numbers.
Your governor activated different than having them staged.
Yeah.
So the question is, what's the National Guard doing right now? So we have been on state active duty for over a week. So we've had soldiers prepared in the metro area to respond in a much rapid manner than if they were not mobilized. So we have a request from the Hennepin County Sheriff to support them, and that is to help them free up additional resources for other work that they need to do. And we have started coordinating with them this morning on that, and that first area of support will be assisting them with their requirement to provide security to the Whipple building. So we'll be helping.
What? Hate? You think I'm proliferating hate? Yeah, I'm trying to help people, man. You is tripping. I'm trying to help people to be aware of what's going on. This ain't about no fucking hate.
Dozens of protesters were detained after making
How many
a
times
lot
I
of
told
noise
people
outside
stay
of
out of
this
this?
hotel
This
where
ain't got
they
nothing to do with
believe
hate. This is love, if anything. I'm telling people stay out of this. Ain't got nothing to do with us.
the Border Patrol commander was staying, and something troopers threatened to use to clear the crowd made a lot of ears perk up, something called a long-range acoustic device, or LRAD. Here's what our Derek James found out about it.
I hereby declare this an unlawful assembly. A powerful sound system first used by the military was in action Monday night in Maple Grove to communicate and disperse noisy protesters. What is an LRAD and how does it work?
Well, an LRAD is like a loudspeaker, but it focuses the sound in a narrow cone so that if you're inside the cone, it's extremely loud.
Retired Marine Colonel Mark Cancian is a senior advisor for the Center for Strategic and International Studies. The Minnesota State Patrol says it has had an LRAD since 2013 and uses it to make sure entire groups can hear when an event is declared unlawful and they have been told to disperse. During the Maple Grove protest, State Patrol says officers checked the volume, issued dispersal notices, and did not use tones or sirens, despite what has been reported on social media. This assembly is unlawful under the laws of the state of Minnesota. When it's cranked up, Cancian says it can be overwhelming.
We used it in Iraq when I was with the Marines. We tested it on the staff, gave us the demonstration. If you're in the cone, it sounds like the voice of God is speaking to you.
LRADs can project spoken commands at intense volumes or emit a loud, piercing tone designed to get attention and deter movement. But Cancian says even spoken commands can have a powerful effect.
I think we saw that in the videotapes there of the system because it's so loud. I mean, it pushes you back.
The system was designed as a less lethal option to pepper spray, tear gas, and rubber bullets.
In some situations where you might end up using force, kinetic force, or even lethal force, this can avoid that.
I just want to show people what was going on, man. And you can continue believing the nonsense. Or you can smarten up and see what the fuck really going on. It's really only two options.
Protesters clashing with law enforcement outside of a hotel believed to house ICE agents.
Chinu Her is in our live center with what we have learned at this point. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Tom and Kelly. We know the Minnesota Department of Public Safety says the State Patrol, DNR, and Minneapolis police were called to the Home 2 Suites Hotel. That's on University Avenue in Dinkytown last night. Officials say a small group of protesters had broken a few windows and graffitied anti-ICE messages on the side of the building. The state says federal agents then deployed chemical irritants to clear out that group that was there. This hotel is one of many that's been targeted over the last few weeks by protesters, believing it to be where ICE agents are staying during Operation Metro Surge. Now, when our cameras got out there, we did spot a few broken windows, which have now been boarded up. It is important to note that the overwhelming majority of protests and demonstrations that we've seen across the Twin Cities in the last few weeks have been peaceful.
It don't look like it's peaceful to me. Keep pushing the narrative. So I was watching, we ready to switch to hip hop after this. But I was watching a Senate hearing last night. About the fraud that's going on in Minnesota. Listen to this. We can't watch all of it. We might watch 30 minutes.
Of taxpayer dollars. The reality.
Matter of fact, we're gonna speed it up. Like, how was this fraud
by the Walz administration?
How was this fraud allowed to go on for so long? We talking about billions of dollars, y'all. Billions of dollars was able to get funneled to Somalia since 2019. And it went unnoticed. And y'all don't believe that the Minnesota government is involved in this? Come on now. Try it. Try to, just me. I ain't telling people to do it. I'm just using this as an example. Try to fraud United States government for millions for 2 years. See what happens. See how fast they come down on your motherfucking ass.
Were these controls ignored by the Walls administration and by the Department of Human Services?
Absolutely. So we have many whistleblower reports talking about how DHS undermined ability to strengthen internal controls. So, for example, there was an effort for the Child Care Assistance Program. They have a clear and convincing evidence standard to disqualify someone from being a provider, where all the other programs are a lower standard, preponderance of the evidence. There was an effort to make this a lower standard so it was easier to disqualify people to preponderance. And the Minnesota Minority Child Care Association, which was run by a group of Somali providers, opposed it, and DHS went along with their recommendation. And in a similar vein, we were trying to reduce the number of child care employees with children that could work in these child care centers, because that was one of the vectors of fraud, and they opposed that.
Imagine all the people, all the American citizens that was really running these programs and was dependent on this funding. Imagine how this crippled their organization. You got illegal immigrants, illegal Somalians came to the United States and Minnesota and stole billions of dollars, so much so that the government had to put a freeze on funding for everybody until they investigated this situation. But these are the same people who mainstream media is telling black people that these are our brothers and sisters. We need to go out there and fight with them. But how many black people, or just people in general, that had, straight up businesses that might crumble because these people stole billions of dollars from it, and the government in Minnesota ignored it? Those are the victims.
You had the Somali community who on purpose was petitioning the state of Minnesota to lower the standards to be able to make sure that fraud could not be caught. Is that correct?
Well, they wanted to keep the standard clear and convincing, which makes it harder to disqualify people.
So it makes it harder for them to be disqualified from wasting taxpayer funds. Is that
absolutely
correct? Okay. Ms. Robbins, I want to stay with you. I want to talk about use of funds. You've talked about some of these funds were used to buy property in Kenya.
Yes, sir.
Property in Turkey. Do I have that correct?
Yes.
Remittances back to Somalia.
Yes.
I think it's important for the committee to understand that these remittances in part are used in what's called the Hawala. I want to make sure I have the terminology right. The Hawala network. Ms. Robbins, can you speak to what the Hawala network is?
Yes. So it's an informal network where someone goes to a Hawala place in Minneapolis, which is like a money exchange or a money sending site, and they say, I want to send X amount of dollars, and then there's a receiving site in Somalia, and they put take the cash out. So money doesn't cross the border. It's an order for money here that gets transmitted to Somalia.
For the time, because I'm out of time, I want to expound. In Somalia and other parts in the Middle East region writ large, a Hawala network is a bunch of money exchangers, hand to hand, not bank account to bank account.
Exactly.
And what is clear in Somalia and other parts is that Al-Shabaab, the largest Al-Qaeda affiliate in Somalia, they have their hands all through this network. So taxpayer money, United States dollars, that are being remitted into Somalia, in parts, have been utilized or have fallen into the hands of Al-Shabaab. Do you think that's a correct assessment?
Yes, we have plenty of evidence of that, from money directly going to Al-Shabaab, but then also indirectly because they take a cut of whatever gets sent to Somalia.
Thank you so much, Chairman. I know I'm over. Thank you for the additional time.
Mr. Chair, I seek recognition for unanimous consent request.
Chair recognizes Ms. Presley.
I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a December 2025 article from the Minnesota Star Tribune titled, Contrary to Trump's Claims, Somalis Add $8 billion to Minnesota's economy.
Without objection to order. Chair recognizes Ro Khanna from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, fraud, waste, and abuse is not a partisan issue. FDR in 1932 with the New Deal railed against inefficiencies and fraud and waste in state and local government. I want to be clear. Many in the Democratic Party stand against the misappropriation or misuse of taxpayer dollars. The reality is, as a progressive Democrat, I believe the ultra-wealthy should pay more. But I want that money going for the health care, the child care, and the education of the American people. It offends me if there is waste or fraud in any of our states. That's why I called for people in my state of California to share stories of inefficiencies, fraud, or wasteful spending. I partnered with the All In podcast to advertise that we need to be responsible stewards of our tax dollars. And I believe we should be doing this for all 50 states. I challenge my colleagues on the Republican side. Let's have an audit of all 50 states to make sure that government money is being spent wisely. We don't need to make these partisan hearings. Every American has a stake in making sure that they have a receipt for where their tax dollars are going. Every American has a stake, if we're going to ask them to pay tax, to make sure that that money isn't being wasted. And I'd like to see this committee work together to stand up for basic fairness of the American taxpayers. I certainly am going to do that in the state of California, and we should be doing that in all 50 states. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Khan, and I believe you're sincere, and we want to work with you on fraud in any state. If it's a Republican state, Democrat state, we don't care. The mission of this committee is to root out waste, fraud, abuse, and mismanagement, and we would gladly work with you.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
Chair recognizes Mr. Biggs from Arizona.
I have a UC request.
Proceed.
Thank you. First one is Arizona has recovered just 5% of taxpayer dollars lost in a $2.5 billion Medicaid fraud scheme.
2.5 billion.
Ordered, and I'll save the rest for the future. No, I've got a bunch more, but not right now, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, all right, thank you. Chair recognizes myself for 5 minutes of questioning. Yesterday, Minnesota's Office of the Legislative Auditor published an audit of the state's Department of Human Services Behavioral Health Administration grants. I'd like to enter that report and its cover letter into the record. Without objection, so ordered. The cover letter of this report states,
I'm with you,
quote,
Jack.
however, during the course of our audit, we identified a number of documents that the Behavioral Health Administration either backdated or created after our audit happened, end quote. It sounds like Governor Tim Walz's Department of Human Services may have been fabricating evidence by creating documentation after the fact to mislead voters, to mislead auditors.
The government is part of it, y'all. What's going on in Minnesota is maximum corruption. Maximum corruption, y'all. And that's all, and that's the whole basis of this video, or what I've been trying to talk about for the last couple days. I don't want people to fall victim to it. If you got any emotional attachment to it, you need to detach from it, because that's how they tricking people. You know, they tricking people through your emotions. It's not about human rights. It's not about civil rights. This is about power and control and corruption. That's it. That's all it is, y'all. Now, we gotta move to hip hop. I probably can't get in there. While I figure this out, we're gonna watch this till I figure this out.
This new report noted that one grantee who received nearly $680,000 from this agency for 1 month's work, but could not provide any documentation or proof that any work was actually completed. What's more, and this is the kicker, the report notes that the grant manager who approved this money left the agency within days of approving the grant to take a job with the very same grantee that they approved money for. So very quickly, Representative Roberts, have you ever seen anything like this in your time as a member of the Minnesota's Fraud Prevention and State Agency Oversight Policy Committee?
We have heard whistleblower reports of backdating and falsification before, and we also have a record of earlier in the CCAP, the child care fraud, where they would allow the providers to submit records far after the investigation and accept them as true. So clearly this has been a pattern at the agency, and it's unacceptable.
Unbelievable. And we want to work with you. We want to work with these whistleblowers. We're serious about this. The Trump administration's on the ground. We want to catch these people, and we want to put them behind bars, and we want to hold any politician that participated in these schemes accountable. Representative Hudson, who's to blame for this dysfunction?
Well, the blame could go around quite a bit, but as Tim Walz himself said, the buck stops with him.
Representative Robbins, do you have any examples of how the Walz administration blocked investigators from moving forward with high-priority fraud investigations?
Yes, we
that
do,
like
Mr.
button,
Chairman.
y'all. Let's
I've
get to
met
100
with
likes.
whistleblowers and gotten documents from them about how after the original CCAP whistleblower report came out in March and April of 2019, subsequent to that, there was an Office of Inspector General within DHS that had investigative authority to do surveillance, warrants, and seize electronics, and they were shut down. They were told they could no longer do criminal investigations. They were told they could no longer meet with the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension agents that were assigned to them without supervisor's approval. And instead, when they found one of the other members talked about how they changed the language. They went from calling it fraud to calling it overbilling. And they created an overbilling committee to all the investigative agents now couldn't do criminal investigations, and they had to flag issues of overbilling, and then a committee would decide if any of that overbilling would be recouped.
Committee appointed by Waltz?
No, appointed within DHS.
Oh, appointed by the own bureaucracy?
Yes, so they shut down criminal investigations. They created a committee to call it overbilling and decide if overbilling investigations would even try to recoup
This is
money.
evidence that Tim Waltz interfered with investigators who knew there was fraud. The rumors of fraud have been taking place. I've been hearing them for a decade, and yet he interfered to try to obstruct their investigation of fraud.
Yes, his agency shut down criminal investigations.
Representative Hudson, we didn't get $9 billion stolen overnight. How did the fraud in Minnesota become so widespread?
Well, listen, let me give the maximum benefit of the doubt that these programs were designed for beneficial legislative intent.
Of course.
The way that it happened was by when people recognized that the system wasn't working and they raised those concerns were ignored, and a culture suppressing raising those concerns was fostered by the Walz administration.
So, obviously, there was a lack of oversight by the Walz administration. Why would Governor Walz let $9 billion in fraud occur? Mr. Hudson.
In my opinion, because it was politically beneficial to Democrats. Again, the Somali community is a huge constituency group, and we've had some tight races in Minnesota, and it makes a difference for them.
Because it's a huge part of the Democrat voting base in Minnesota. Is that correct?
Correct.
So, Representative Eric, Governor Walz's announcement not to seek a third term seems to be an admission of guilt, I think, to most Americans, and an attempt by the Democrat establishment to cover up his role in the rampant fraud. He claims this is so he can focus on defending the people of Minnesota against criminals who prey on our generosity. As someone who has been in the Minnesota legislature longer than Tim Walz has been governor, can Governor Walz actually be trusted to defend Minnesotans when he allowed fraud to fester for his entire tenure as governor?
Mr. Chairman, if Governor Walz was serious about stopping fraud, he would have done it in 2019 when he took office. He has done nothing other than appoint commissioners that suppressed fraud and retaliated against their own employees.
And just think, this man was almost elected vice president of the United States. This was the pick for the sitting vice president of the United States to be the next vice president of the United States. This is unbelievable. If people aren't held accountable, if people don't go to jail for this will continue, not just in Minnesota, but other states. And we're going to do everything we can on this committee to work with you all and every whistleblower in Minnesota and any other of the 49 states who wants to come forward to expose wage fraud abuse. We're going to work with you and eliminate it and hold people accountable. Chair now recognizes Mr. Mfume. Is that right?
Mr. Chairman, I just have a UC request.
Okay, go ahead.
First one is from the American Immigration Council. Immigrants contribute billions to federal and state taxes each year, as well as immigrants do not commit more crimes in the U.S. despite fear-mongering.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair now recognizes Mr. Mfume from Maryland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to thank you and the ranking member for bringing us together on this today. I have a request for unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from James Clark, the Inspector General of the Minnesota Department of Human Services, directed to the Fraud Prevention and State Agency Oversight Committee of the House of Representatives in Minnesota, requesting information on the alleged 700 tips that have been received. I'd like to enter that with unanimous consent, Mr.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Chair, I know we're up against the clock. Many of us are trying to get to the special briefings on the action that has taken place in Venezuela, and so we are leaving one by one. I do want to try to get a couple of things in before I have to depart also. I want to thank you again. As ranking member of this committee's subcommittee on government operations, it has been my focus to combat waste, fraud, and abuse within the federal government for the last 3.5 years. Regardless of what side you're on, what side of the aisle, or what you believe, as has been stated, everybody should be against fraud. It requires our collective attention to address the issue and to minimize the consequences that we are seeing that are taking place. Not minimize the consequences to the perpetrators, but minimize the hurt to taxpayers in this country. As ranking member of that committee, we have committed ourselves to fight this full and necessary issue over and over again. And I believe that from most of the people I've heard, we all are in concurrence that stealing from taxpayers is the wrong thing, period. Now, the distinguished gentleman from Texas, Mr. Sessions, and I, who is the chairman of that subcommittee, have been working together on a bipartisan basis to create a congressional scorecard to assess the progress of key government spending programs in reducing fraud and improper payments, both through the federal government and through states. Additionally, through the American Rescue Act plan, Congress has provided funding for PRAC, as well as the Pandemic Analytics Center of Excellence to deter, detect, and prevent fraud across multiple state agencies and multiple federal agencies. I've also co-led several bills here in the House that address that type of fraud. Congress should defend these programs that seek to find a way to root out this problem, and we need to do that in a bipartisan, nonpartisan way. The Council of Inspector Generals for Integrity and Efficiency, in their report a year and a half ago to the Congress and to the President, found that every dollar spent on the Office of Inspectors General, as a result, $26 was saved for every one that was spent. Now, that's a return on investment that taxpayers deserve, and unfortunately, the Trump administration illegally defunded CIGIE last year, and I've joined with my colleagues, several of whom on this committee, in leading several letters to oppose that unlawful set of firings of inspector generals. I urge this administration, again, and my colleagues, to restore the congressionally designated funding to CIGIE and the offices of inspectors general so that we might be able to continue the work necessary to combat waste, fraud, and abuse. Before I yield, I want to thank Mr. O'Connor for his comments that this issue should be nonpartisan, that when we make it something other than that, we take away from our ability to bring about change, and we in some sort of way chip away at the sort of belief that the public has that we are really serious about doing something here. So it was concerning to me also to have heard some of the xenophobia that began earlier in this hearing, Mr. Chairman. Differences versus similarities, and when we do that, we create the problems that we always are trying to do away with. Asking witnesses to give their opinion of Somalis as a general group of Americans. Asking witnesses their opinion. Do you think they vote for Democrats? Do you think they just give money to Democrats? Asking their opinion. What is your opinion of Somalians? We might as well say, what is your opinion of Jews? What is your opinion of black people? What is your opinion of Latinos? That sort of thing, although it may sound good and play to the issue, creates a slippery slope. I want to caution people, a slippery slope. We heard earlier that of over 100,000 Somalis in this country, 87 were indicted in Minnesota. That comes out to 0.087%. Those sort of things create, I think, the disbelief that a lot of people have that we're about doing the business that we ought to do. And it gets back to the point that the gentleman from California raised, that we've got to find a way to keep this from being partisan and to keep it from being subjective. I would yield back, Mr. Chair.
Chairman, you're right. Chair, recognize Mr. Biggs before I go to Mr. Crane. Mr. Biggs, you have a UC?
Yes, sir. First one is Tim Walz claims he fired people amid fraud scandals but won't name names. Next one, Walz appointees failed to stop rampant Minnesota fraud. Next one, exclusive DHS insider claims systemic issues in addressing fraud. Next one, here's what the Trump administration is doing to crush Minnesota's fraud epidemic. Next one, Minnesota Fraud Committee Chair claims Walz turned a blind eye to fraud warnings for years, and I'll yield back.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Grateful to have elected officials from Minnesota here today who can provide more intimate information regarding this mind-blowing fraud coming from the Somali community in Minnesota. According to Assistant U.S. Attorney Joe Thompson, there is an estimated $9 billion or more in fraud. Many obviously believe that this is just the tip of the iceberg. I want to thank and acknowledge the independent reporters Nick Shirley and Dave Hawk who broke this story wide open. Today, I'm introducing a bill to award Nick Shirley with the Congressional Medal for his explosive work in exposing astronomical fraud in Minnesota. And the reason I'm doing this is because the American people are sick and tired of this, and they're sick and tired of mainstream media not covering any of it. The biggest question that most Americans, however, have is this: is this incompetence at the executive level with the governor and attorney general? Are they involved and complicit? I'm going to start with you, Ms. Robbins.
Thank you, sir. My understanding is that they were certainly aware of the fraud and they did nothing to stop it. And there were plenty of opportunities. And their commissioners and their agencies also undermined efforts to tighten internal controls.
And according to Ms. Rarick, I believe you said that they were actually going after whistleblowers to suppress the expose of this fraud. Is that correct?
That is what the whistleblowers have said repeatedly.
Thank you. One thing that is so alarming is the reporting that many of these fraudulent companies are then donating the stolen money back to the same Democrats that are protecting them and advocate for these very programs. Is that correct, Mr. Hudson?
I would agree with that statement.
Well, we just had one of my Democrat colleagues said these are just opinions. Do you know, are these guys donating money back to Democrats?
Yes, they are.
I'd like to enter into the record, Mr. Chairman, an article from Breitbart News saying, with the title being Database Searches Show Somali Fraudsters Funding Democrat Politicians. So these aren't opinions.
Without objection.
There's actually reporting on this. Are you guys aware? You guys are elected officials in Minnesota, right? Are you guys aware of the reporting that some of the stolen money is getting funneled back to the Islamic terror group Al-Shabaab in Somalia? Mr. Robbins?
Yes, sir. And we have evidence of it going back as far as 2012, where a man was convicted of sending $21,000 to Al-Shabaab. In 2011, 2 Minnesota women were convicted of sending money to different groups. Someone else, we have multiple references of how the Al-Shabaab takes a cut when the money gets to Somalia through the Hawala network. So I think there's ample evidence on this and federal convictions.
Yeah, that's outrageous. Obviously, one of the biggest reasons so many Americans are outraged by this massive exposure is because we generously and often foolishly allow immigrants and people into our country, and then they rob the American people blind while our debt skyrockets and the American people struggle to make ends meet. Are you guys hearing from your constituents the same outrage that I'm hearing from mine about this issue?
Minnesotans are fed up. Everywhere I go in the state, Minnesotans are so frustrated. As I said in my opening remarks, we are a highly taxed state, and they are angry that this much of their money, $9 billion, is being absconded by criminals.
Mr. Hudson, are you just hearing from Republicans on this, or are Democrat constituents like, oh my God, I'm struggling to put my kids in school, struggling to make ends meet, and my tax dollars are being robbed by people, and then they're sending it all over the place, and this is complete fraud. What is going on, and why hasn't anything been done about it?
I'll give you a personal example. So my family, my in-laws in particular, are politically diverse. A lot of them vote for Democrats, and they're fairly apolitical. They're not like me, all plugged in. And so I kind of use them as a bellwether for what the people are thinking. Across the board, everybody is upset about this fraud.
And I'm guessing when you guys bring this up, whether it's to the Walz administration, whether it's to the AG, the number one thing that comes back at you is you're a racist, you're a white supremacist, or you're an Islamophobe. As we've seen Governor Walz now trying to answer for these questions, he's doing it at the national level. Do you guys hear the same thing at the state level as well?
Yes, absolutely. They always pivot to the divisive, as I stated in my opening statement. It's diversion, right? We're going to talk about personalities. We're going to talk about partisan politics. We're going to find some way to get people yelling at each other rather than looking at the problem.
Or, like you've heard my colleagues do on this panel, it's Donald Trump, baby.
Yep.
It's all about Donald Trump, right? The old pivot. We're not going to talk about what's going on in Somalia and not going to talk about what's going on in Minnesota with this massive fraud scandal. We're going to talk about Donald Trump. With my remaining seconds, can we play the video I have, Mr. Chairman? Did we run out of time?
We did run out of time, but can we put that in the record with that? Can we?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Okay, thank you. Representative Crane yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Stansberry from New Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Happy New Year. Welcome to our guests. Thank you to our legislators for being here today and to our guests. I come to these committee hearings. I'm ready to debate the topics. I'm grateful that you're bringing this case to our attention. Yes, we need to prosecute these crimes, period. Let's do that. And I'm also grateful to see that this committee is actually conducting a hearing that is in its jurisdiction, which is oversight over government fraud. But I do have to say, to my colleague's point that was just made, that I am surprised to see the focus, given that the President of the United States and the administration are engaged in fraudulent behavior literally daily, including just a few days ago, invading a foreign country, using the United States military to take their oil and notifying oil and gas companies before the United States Congress, and the President claiming last night that he is personally going to control the oil and give government kickbacks to oil and gas companies. So why are we not investigating that? It definitely gives you the impression that there's a double standard in this country. I also want to say that I'm troubled to see that this hearing is being held in conjunction with an announcement that the administration made just yesterday that they were going to freeze $10 billion in federal funding for childcare and family assistance to 5 states across the country. And if you watched the president's crazy address yesterday, you heard him say it himself. But I want to say one thing, because my colleagues have pointed out all about weaponizing the government for political purposes. Well, these 5 states happen to have one thing in common. They all have Democratic governors and gubernatorial elections this year. Is this a coincidence? I don't think so, my friends. And this, of course, comes after weeks of viral videos from a young man YouTuber who was literally creeping around daycares by himself, making claims about fraud that were not there. And then the vice president and the FBI director were retweeting these videos without even verifying if they were true, unleashing a furor of anti-immigrant and anti-Somali hate across the country, wherein thousands of Somali people got targeted and harassed, including by the President of the United States, who literally used his platform as the President of the United States to call an entire community garbage. He literally said that. So we're not accusing people of being xenophobic and racist. They are being xenophobic and racist, including the President of the United States. And I want to say, for one, that I stand with the Somali and the immigrant community standing here today. But there's a bigger policy point here, which is that this is being used as a politically expedient moment to take away the immigration status of Somalis in the United States as part of the mass deportation plan of this administration. And it is also being used by the 2025ers in this administration to freeze critical programs that we know low-income families depend on and which they call part of the woke agenda. This is part of a larger effort to defund these programs, as we are seeing across these 5 states. So I think it's important to pull back the curtain a little bit about what is actually going on in this hearing and its coordination with the administration, that this is about, one, demonizing political opponents in Democratic states during a major election cycle. 2, it's about demonizing the immigrant community to support cruel and illegal mass deportation policies. And 3, it's about demonizing poor people and struggling families to justify taking away the basic programs that are helping them survive in this country. So I want to just close out by saying that I grew up in a low-income family. Many of you have heard my story before. But as I woke up to the news that the president was freezing child care funding to these 5 states, I had to think about the millions of families that would be impacted by it. I think about my own mom, a single mom, just barely struggling to get by, working multiple jobs. These programs are a lifeline. They make it possible for people like me to ultimately have a pathway to success. And you all are sitting here running legislation on shower heads while millions of Americans' health insurance is expiring, while millions of Americans can't even put food on the table right now. And you're over here parading around state officials, demonizing immigrants, talking about cutting basic programs, and you're passing legislation to redefine shower heads in Congress while the President of the United States is illegally invading foreign countries.
Order. Ladies' time's
So I find it appalling.
Order. Ladies' time's expired. Chair recognizes Dr. Fox from North Carolina. Oh, before Chair recognizes Mr. Biggs from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have UC requests. First one, HHS freezes child care payments to Minnesota after massive fraud alleged. Next one, Minnesota's Quality Leering Center fixes sign address still misspelled. Minnesota made it easier to get into daycare business. Trump's deputies freeze child care payments to Minnesota amid alleged Somali fraud. Jonathan Turley explains why feds can dig deep into Somali scammer special.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Gill.
Got another UC request, an article from City Journal, quote, the largest funder of Al-Shabaab is the Minnesota taxpayer.
Without objection, so ordered. I believe, Mr. Fallon, you have a request?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter the record an article by the Center of American Experiment, Feeding Our Future, Keith Ellison, caught on tape.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair now recognizes Dr. Fox from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank our witnesses for being here today. Representative Robbins, when Governor Walz testified before this committee last June, I reminded him that the fraud involving the nonprofit Feeding Our Future established Minnesota as ground zero for the largest COVID-19 fraud scheme in the nation. Feeding Our Future took $250 million in federal funds out of the mouths of hungry children, which amounts to $1,600 per child living in poverty in Minnesota. According to the FBI, the $250 million in federal taxpayer money was funneled, quote, into luxury homes, cars, and lavish lifestyles while families struggled, end quote. The FBI stated it, quote, will not allow criminals to rob federal programs and walk away unscathed. We'll expose their schemes, dismantle their networks, and ensure they face the full weight of justice, end quote. Last June, Governor Walz assured me that he, quote, wholeheartedly, end quote, supported the federal government's efforts to bring to justice those who stole federal taxpayer money at the expense of hungry children. If he had been true to his word, we would not be sitting here today. However, the committee's back today because the Feeding Our Future scam is just the tip of the iceberg of fraud in Minnesota and perhaps beyond. Representative Robbins, Democrats in your state have tried to dismiss your inquiry into the Feeding Our Future fraud as a partisan political exercise. Is exposing fraud and theft of taxpayer funds a partisan activity?
No, ma'am. As I said in our first committee hearing, it is nonpartisan. Everyone should want to protect taxpayers and vulnerable citizens.
And we completely agree. Representative Robbins, did Governor Walz work with you and your committee wholeheartedly to bring justice to those involved in the Feeding Our Future fraud?
No, ma'am. They have ignored the documents we have provided to them. We did a hearing in February of 2025 on childcare fraud that was outlined in the Nick Shirley video, and we gave them a list of 72 childcare providers that we were concerned about that got $1 million each or more. And as we saw in the Shirley video last month, they have done nothing about it.
Representative Hudson, for several years we've heard about whistleblowers, highlighted by some of us in Congress, who noted instances of a fraud in Minnesota. With this in mind, the recent allegations from Nick Shirley regarding staggering amounts of fraud involving child care centers come as no surprise. What kind of climate did Governor Walz create for whistleblowers?
Well, I think he did a really good job of demonstrating for us the kind of climate that he's created yesterday, when in an unhinged rant, he tried to throw Deputy U.S. Attorney Joe Thompson under the bus, a guy who's been doing this for, I believe, 16 years. If he's willing to throw a Deputy U.S. Attorney under the bus, what do you think he's going to do to a state agency employee? That's the climate, and everybody who works for the Walz administration knows it.
Thank you. Representative Rarick, do you believe the Walz administration seriously pursued whistleblowers' reports of fraud?
No.
I think that the Walz administration seriously retaliated against whistleblowers and ignored them and dismissed them. And, in my opening statement, I talked about the threats of.
Come on, y'all. None of this is normal, y'all. That's all I'm trying to get people to understand. It was something real sinister going on in Minnesota.
Firing them and blacklisting them and things like that. So that's what the Walz administration focused on.
Representative Rarick, innocent American taxpayers are collateral damage in the Democrats' reckless disregard for taxpayer funds. Hard-working Americans and their communities are left to pay the price. What lessons can other states and federal officials take from your work to expose the stunning amount of fraud and the network of those who enabled it that you all have exposed in Minnesota?
Yeah, the answer to that is very simple. And that is, if you just do simple, basic good governance like reconciliation and a few other financial controls, you won't have the problems that you have here. And if you don't retaliate against your employees, your frontline workers that point out fraud, you won't have this problem either.
Representative Hudson, do you have anything you'd like to add to that?
Yes, absolutely. You have to have a culture of good faith, and that is what is lacking in Minnesota. There is not a culture of good faith. And you see a very strange strategy going on right now with Minnesota Democrats, where every day they're denying this problem, which really strikes me as bizarre because we know there are more prosecutions coming. So what are they going to say as story after story drops, and we can cite time and date where they said it wasn't a problem?
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to note that it was the Education and Workforce Committee when I was chair that first brought this issue to the public's attention, and we got nowhere under a Democrat administration. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Exactly correct. Thank you, Dr. Fox. Chair recognizes Ms. Summerlee from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think so many people on this committee have already articulated, nobody here believes that rooting out fraud and waste and abuse is not a top priority of this committee, of our caucus, of their conference. It is. If you're on this committee, it is the top charge that we all undertake incredibly seriously. But I think, like so many things with the modern Republican Party, it's like you're skulking right around the edge of things, but too often your bigotry, the Republican Party's own bigotry, is imprisoning them and keeping them from ever actually doing something that helps, not harms, the American people. And this is another one of those instances, right? When it's a person of color, if it's 2 or 3, it's a pattern, and the entire community must be indicted. But if it's 100 Republicans, it's just not bad. But neither here nor there, because it's important. That's why we have routinely held hearings where we actually go over with the Government Accountability Office their high-risk list. We take it seriously. But the tone of this hearing seems to be a hypocritical witch hunt. It's hard to take it as anything but that, rather than an actual oversight effort. Our federal government currently has the tools to catch and prevent waste, fraud, and abuse. It's how the alleged fraud in Minnesota was caught by the Biden administration in the first place. Mr. Blue, as a former federal prosecutor, you're familiar with some of the tools that we have, correct?
Yes.
Just briefly, could you please verify the following tools for me? Yes or no? Does the Government Accountability Office work to reduce waste, fraud, and abuse?
Yes.
Do inspectors generals work towards these goals?
Absolutely.
What about the Council of the Inspectors General on Integrity and Efficiency?
Yes.
Are whistleblowers important to rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse?
Absolutely.
Has the Trump administration helped or hurt these tools?
Certainly heard it by disbanding the Council for Inspectors General and then ultimately firing 19 IGs.
Thank you. That's right. Again and again, Trump has attacked the oversight mechanisms within the federal government. He illegally fired 17 inspectors general and other key personnel. He goes after whistleblowers and he tries to roll back their protections. He routinely ignores the rampant corruption within his own administration. Republicans have turned a blind eye to all of this. They have held no hearings on these actions. And this hearing today isn't even about fraud generally within the federal benefits system, which we would welcome. Republicans have cherry-picked a blue state and an immigrant population, vulnerable, to demonize. To be clear, Minnesota is not the only state with a fraud problem. To truly tackle waste, fraud, and abuse, we need to approach the issue with a scalpel, not a mallet. Discovering that people are committing fraud in the federal program does not mean we should smash the whole thing and end it. It means its oversight mechanisms need to be improved. That's why it's so disappointing to see that the Minnesota House Fraud Prevention Committee that our witness, the Honorable Kristen Robbins, chairs, has issued no reports on these uncovered schemes. It hasn't advanced any legislation to address the issue or even shared whistleblower reports with their Democratic colleagues. They've just held a bunch of hearings and generated headlines, something our committee is all too familiar with. This hearing is not an effort by Republicans to improve social service programs. It's an excuse to end them and to punish Democratic-led states. This has always been the plan. It's why Republicans' so-called big, beautiful bill is estimated to cut more than $1 trillion from Medicaid and
like button, y'all.
cut SNAP for 40 million people, the very children or folks with disabilities who were mentioned in the opening statements. Trump has also already taken advantage of the situation in Minnesota. After a YouTuber harassed and posted unsubstantiated claims of fraud against child care centers, HHS froze child care funding to Minnesota, which would affect more than 23,000 children. Just yesterday, Trump also froze approximately $10 billion in funding for programs supporting child care, social services, grants, and cash assistance in not only Minnesota, but in other Democratic-led states, California, Colorado, New York, and Illinois. No matter what party we're elected to, we represent the people of our district, Democrat or Republican. We represent as the federal government, all people of all states, irrespective of how they voted. That's the charge that I took, and I would like and hope that you all would do the same. When so many of these social service programs are being gutted and defunded, fraud becomes even more harmful, as that means even less money is going to people who need it. People need these programs. This situation should be an opportunity to take a deep look at the programs and improve their oversight abilities, not an excuse to cut them entirely. If we care about the most vulnerable, if we care about the most marginalized, this is an opportunity to do so, and I welcome us to actually do that one day. Thanks, I yield back.
Ms. Lee, the IGs are hired to identify fraud. They haven't identified fraud. The IGs have failed. But anyway.
You all have failed.
No,
you all continue to fail. We've done nothing. You have the gavel, Mr. Comer. We barely do hearings on anything that actually affects
you.
You have power here, and yet you don't do anything. Yes, he actually initiated this, sir, but thank you so much for your opinion.
You have failed.
I yield it back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Perry from Pennsylvania for 5 minutes.
Thank the chairman. And I'd just like to point out to everybody that at this very moment, we're going to consider an appropriations bill that had an earmark in it for $1 million for another Somali-led organization whose family has ties and convictions to ISIS and fentanyl-related addiction. And I think it's very difficult to just, for all of us to determine what's legitimate and what's not. But I would just ask if the committee will play the video that Mr. Crane had referred to for me at this time.
Can you stop the, okay, go ahead.
We get the sound turned up, you can see the subtitles there. If you'll notice the campaign contribution at the bottom for $4,700, and then the $250 million fraud scheme associated with said individuals. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, it's not me calling out one community or another, one individual, representative or another. It's fraud. Representative Robbins, Hudson, and Rarick, thanks for your service. I know it's difficult, and you're operating in difficult circumstances where it doesn't sound like you got a lot of support. And I imagine that as Ms. Robbins, Representative Robbins, you're the chair of the Oversight Policy Committee. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I imagine at the state level, you don't quite have the resources you need to track down all this stuff. This federal jury found that Feeding Our Future mastermind and co-defendant, and also the contributor to one of your representatives from your state, one of our colleagues here, $4,700 for a $250 million pandemic fraud scheme. Like, you don't probably have the resources to find that kind of stuff. It's massive, right? And I suspect
damn,
as
yo,
someone
that is fucking crazy, yo. The amount of money that they was stealing is amazing. It's like, yo, like how, yo, it just doesn't make sense to me how they was able to do it for that long and it not be coordinated. You understand? Like, it's no way this didn't go all the way up the ranks of government. No way, no how. I'm not stupid. You can't force me to believe it. You can't pay me to believe it. What is it, $19 billion stolen? And the government was oblivious to all of this. It took a YouTuber. Think about this, y'all. It took a YouTuber to expose this. Man. And if you're in Minnesota, you might need to move. Some wild things going on in Minnesota.
You know, you serve at the pleasure of your constituents who want to see you elected and contribute to you. A $4,700 campaign contribution for a $250 million of I guess spending at the federal level is a pretty good investment for people. We're not here to pick on anybody, but I will tell you, I think the American people are particularly affronted when their goodwill is returned by stealing their hard-earned money. I just want to.
So who is she, y'all? Who is she?
On that particular case, this feeding our future, and the fact that these folks pled guilty to $250 million, and then connections to the political operation in your state, which is dismantling your state.
Thank you, sir. Yes. So this is the big problem. There's a network of people who have been politically supporting the Democrats, who have also been contributing to them, and who've been involved in multiple schemes. So a woman who was in this childcare group, the Minnesota Minority Child Care Association, Ikram Muhammad, she was later indicted in the Feeding Our Future scandal, as was her brother and her mother, and I believe a sister. And so it's a network that functions in our state that we have to get a handle on. And then one of the people indicted in that case for Feeding Our Future for money laundering $1.1 million, then they used that same company, shell company they did the money laundering with, to buy property for an assisted living facility after they were indicted. Damn. And then his wife has a company getting millions of dollars from the state to provide services to the assisted living facility bought by his shell company he's already been indicted for. They do not shut off the spigot. So that's the problem.
This is completely outrageous, obviously. I'm not an attorney. Are any one of you three attorneys?
Yeah, dude.
So
Yes,
you said, Representative Robbins, that you informed the governor of these things. That's what you said, right? That's your testimony here today.
Yes, sir. I did a hearing on it, and I brought charts and laid out the roadmap.
So there are crimes of commission and crimes of omission. So if the governor didn't actively be involved in this fraud, that would be a crime of commission. But if he knew about it and didn't do anything about it, would you consider that a crime of omission?
Yes, sir.
And what should be done about crimes of omission regarding taxpayer funds?
So they should be prosecuted. And when, as you said, we don't have a lot of resources on our committee. As legislators, we don't have access to bank records, health records, the state payment system. So when we get credible allegations of fraud, we bring it to the U.S. Attorney and the Office of Legislative Auditor, because they can get access to those records and then bring the prosecutions criminally.
Thanks, Chair. I yield.
Yeah, we ain't ready to watch all of this.
Mr. Chairman, just before I go to Ms. Randall, Chair recognizes Mr. Biggs for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Number one, Washington Post calls for welfare reform after Minnesota fraud scandal. Exclusive. Treasury and House panel launch probes into Tim Walz's handling of $1 billion of food aid fraud. Additionally, referring to the earmark that Mr. Perry just referred to. Additionally, the Somali fraud scandal gave Trump a kill switch. What happens if he doesn't use it? Resurfaced video shows how Somali scammers use daycare centers to scam the state. Scrutinizing SNAP will help ensure the neediest get food stamps.
No, see, they fucking it up for everybody. And people talking about, we need to be fighting. They messing it up for everybody in Minnesota. Minnesota residents need to be fighting with ICE, what it sound like to me. If the narrative was to get the Somalians out of there, the Somalian immigrants, even though I don't think that's the real play. I really think it's a beef between the left and the right. But let's say we run with the media narrative that Somalians has been frauding and scamming and got $19 billion, and the goal is to get them out of there. I think the people should be behind that 100%, because it sounds like to me they ready to audit everybody because of the illegals and the illegal things that they was doing.
Class. A.G. Hamilton schools WAPO hack playing race card to defend Somali fraud ring in Minnesota. Tim Walz was brought down by a scandal hiding in plain sight. Unearthed surveillance video shows parents allegedly helping with fraud. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back without objection, so ordered. Gentleman yields back. Ms. Randall, a couple of our witnesses have requested bathroom breaks. I told them, the ranking member and I agreed, they can go and come back. We're going to keep the hearing going. If your questions were pertaining to one of them, we'll skip to someone else. If that, do you want to go ahead? All right, Chair recognizes you for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have prepared some remarks that I definitely want to get to about the importance of childcare funding for all of us in all of our districts. I think we all recognize that we are in a childcare crisis. We have lost so many parents, especially women, from the workforce because they just cannot find adequate childcare. But I have to start by addressing some of what we have heard in this committee so far today. I didn't get myself together to ask any of my colleagues to yield to a question. So I'll ask you, and if you don't know the answer, it's okay, I do. What % of sexual assaults in the United States are committed by white men?
I do not know.
57%. Of the January 6th insurrectionists who were pardoned, do you know how many have been charged and convicted and arrested of additional crimes, including child sexual assault, kidnapping, production of child pornography, rape, conspiracy to murder an FBI agent, domestic violence by strangulation?
I do not have that information.
What the fuck is the relevance? See, this one of the ones on some bullshit. Who asking these questions? Because these questions are irrelevant to the whole situation. But she came out of left field with that shit.
33 since their pardons. Of the 21,504 murder offenders in the United States in 2023, do you know how many were white?
No.
8,842, which is 41%. Of the following the domestic extremist tracker that GW compiles, since 2015,
I don't know. I'm confused.
there have been 643 individuals charged, 447% found guilty. Do you know how many are men?
You tell me.
95%. We can trot out all of the data that we want to create the sense that there is a bad guy. There is a bad group of people. There are folks who are not among us. There are folks who are other. And I think we should spend a lot more time looking at ourselves, looking at American citizens, looking at white men who are committing violence at disproportionate rates in our country, who are committing crimes at disproportionate...
Yo, what the fuck? Who is this person, y'all? Like, yo, what the fuck? Like, yo, this is crazy. Look, he lost. He like, well, where the fuck she going at with this? He don't even know where he at. The fuck? Yeah. It's just crazy.
Disproportionate rates in our country, including the President of the United States, who is sitting at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, as so many of my colleagues have pointed out. I also want to say, I've heard a lot about the Somali donors to political campaigns. We all acknowledge, right, that you cannot donate to a political campaign in the United States unless you are an American citizen, right? I'm just going to acknowledge that. You know who else is getting rich as a campaign donor? The expense of the U.S. taxpayers, and because of the decisions that this government has made. Yes, Elon Musk, but also billionaire Paul Singer, a Trump donor who is getting rich off the military actions that this president engaged in Venezuela.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
Yeah, that is not addressing.
Now about child.
It sounds like she's trying to use that to say, I guess, don't throw rocks at a glass house or something like. But that ain't what I thought we was talking about. Fraud. Yeah, that she definitely deflected.
Here, $7 for every $1 spent on childcare and early learning are returned to our U.S. economy. It's good for families. It's good for kids. It's good for our economic growth. But we are still facing a childcare crisis in this country. Chair Robbins, I understand that you have 3 kids and that they were enrolled in daycare at one point before you became a stay-at-home mom. What would your reaction be to an unknown, potentially armed, angry individual showing up at your home with a camera, demanding to enter while your children were at home?
So we used a neighbor to do our childcare.
What if they showed up at your neighbor's house?
Yes, I don't think they would be coming in. But
how would you feel about it if someone who was armed and angry showed up where in the house where your children were?
I'm not sure I understand who is armed. What are you asking about?
Thank you. I imagine you'd be scared. I think many families would be scared if that happens to you. I want to share a story of a provider from Washington State who said, following the these fraud claims and the demonization
she don't even know
of
what she's doing.
Somali
She reading the script.
Americans and childcare providers. 3 adults came into her home and banged on her door, startling the children in her care. The children were frightened and confused. She's been receiving repeated death threats by phone and voicemail. Individuals have returned multiple times, sometimes 2 or 3 times a day, parking outside the home and monitoring activity. They recorded families arriving and leaving. As a result, families felt unsafe and some withdrew their children from care. A nearby provider closed their program entirely due to fear. Another provider shared that she was approached by a man with a gun outside her home who interrogated her about her childcare program, and she is now too scared to step outside. Providers aren't answering the phone anymore because of all the threats, which means that parents aren't able to get in touch with staff regarding their children's care.
Mr. Chairman, order. Get a lady's time to expire. You went 30 seconds over.
Thank you for your lenience, Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes Mr. Gosar from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks.
Look, they cut her off. They probably look. They probably look. Enough's enough. I don't know what the fuck you doing here. Yo, but you completely took this conversation way off track. Like, yo, what the fuck was that? Hey, I ain't gonna lie. Yo, she took the conversation way off course. Like, I thought we was getting somewhere. That was a distraction. It's not how people say something. That was a distraction right there, y'all. Like, that is a prime example of what people would call a fucking distraction. What the fuck was that? Oh, my goodness.
Now, Ms. Robbins, the Minnesota legislature, led by your committee, sounded the alarm on the fraud for years, but it's been ignored by Governor Walz. Did Heath Ellison, the Attorney General, was he aware of this?
Yes, he was aware of the fraud, and he came before our committee, and I feel like he did not do his job prosecuting these cases. Most of the cases have been prosecuted federally by the U.S. Attorney, both under President Biden and Feeding Our Future, and currently under President Trump.
Hold on. Who's the lead prosecutor down there?
Mr. Chairman, order. Get a lady's time to expire. You went 30 seconds over.
Thank you for your lenience, Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes Mr. Gosar from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to the witnesses for traveling. Now, Ms. Robbins, the Minnesota legislature, led by your committee, sounded the alarm on the fraud for years, but it's been ignored by Governor Walz. Did Heath Ellison, the Attorney General, was he aware of this?
Yes, he was aware of the fraud, and he came before our committee.
Who is the Attorney General in Minnesota? And when was he elected? Who is the Attorney General in Minnesota?
According to state.mn.us,
2019.
Attorney General Ellison releases consumer alert on crowdfunding for those impacted by DHS activity in Minnesota. The Attorney General's office is sharing this alert to help stop bad actors from taking advantage of people's generosity and to help ensure fundraisers understand their potential obligations under Minnesota law.
All these people got in office in 2018, 2019, right? All of them. Watch this. Y'all remember what was going on at that time? When did Tim Walz get elected?
According to his.com, Tim Walz was elected governor in 2018 and re-elected in 2022 with 53.
What's that? That what's the con woman? The fuck is her name? Ohan something.
You know,
what year was she elected? Ahan Omar. What year was Ahan Omar elected?
2018, according to CelebrityNetWorth.com, in 2018, she was elected to Congress, serving Minnesota's 5th District, an area that includes all of the city of Minneapolis as well as several suburban areas just outside the city.
This goes into what I was telling y'all, where these people got in office, and that's why Minnesota is so corrupt. They became judges, they became senators, they became mayors, they became, you know what I mean? This is what's going on in Minnesota, y'all. And this is what the fight is about. Corruption. Power.
Committee, and I feel like he did not do his job prosecuting these cases. Most of the cases have been prosecuted federally by the U.S. Attorney, both under President Biden and Feeding Our Future and currently under President Trump.
So in your state is the top attorney for the public, right?
Yes.
For the public. That's kind of find very interesting. Well, maybe it has to do something with campaign contributions. Attorney General Ellison and his son received from members of the Feeding Our Future, an organization now under investigation. The same group whose members allegedly tried to bribe jurors, but I'm sure that's just a coincidence. Nothing to see here. Sounds very familiar. Sounds very Biden crime syndicated-esque. Now, when you're talking about the tools that you could use, would any NGO that takes federal funding be of value to you, that they would have to disclose all their federal funding or all their funding mechanisms if they took 1 penny from the federal government?
Yes, one of the things we've seen in Minnesota is that some of these nonprofits have had their federal 501c3 status revoked, but the state continues to fund it.
It's interesting you say that because, the IRS actually does this study. It actually has those numbers. But when we order it, it's blanked out. It's redacted. All of it's redacted. I wonder if there's some interesting aspects to that. Follow the money trail. Now, Representative Hudson, the head of Feeding Our Futures, was sentenced in November for his role in the largest COVID fraud scheme in U.S. history, according to the DOJ.
Dang.
This is a predictable result of the massive COVID spending with little or no oversight. In fact, we spent between $4.3 and $7.5 trillion during COVID.
The crazy thing about it, and we ready to move on from this. Residents in Minnesota is really out there protesting, but this is going on. Like, this is worth protesting about, Minnesota residents. These motherfuckers stole $9 billion or $19 billion of y'all fucking tax money. The money you go out there and work for and pay taxes. Every day you go to work. Every item you buy. The immigrants from Somalia specifically stole $19 billion of it in 6 years, 7 years. And y'all out that bitch, and y'all want to be out that bitch protesting immigration and protesting ICE. Y'all crazy motherfucker, man. I ain't gonna lie, the media good, boy. They is good at swaying narratives. Cause that is crazy. All right, we ready to get off of politics now, y'all. So if you was here for politics, make sure you subscribe to the channel. But we got to cover Lord Durk. We've been talking about politics for almost 4 hours. Surprised YouTube ain't cut the live off. Appreciate it. So, is this it? Let me download this. Alright, so I got that. So Durk trial date is coming up real soon. Real soon. And there's a lot of narratives being put out there that I don't know if necessarily true. Now this is a whole nother case. This is no, that's not what I wanted. What the fuck I set myself that for? Alright. So Lord Durk court date, I think it's coming up in April. Trial is coming real soon, man. And the internet is running with a million crazy narratives about the case. But what it looks like to me is that the feds, they don't have this evidence that they trying to convince people that they got. Because they're doing everything possible to allow what seems to be irrelevant information into this trial to paint a narrative. So they want to introduce text messages of Durk conversating about situations that's not involved with this murder. Old rap songs to show that he doesn't like the police. Excuse me. All to sway the jury. Because what it sounds like to me is, they don't have concrete evidence that shows Durk spent any money, dropped any bag. They don't. It just doesn't seem like they have it. Now they might got witnesses or co-defendants, but you know how I feel about or what how I think about co-defendants that's under indictment. I don't think those people are to be trusted at all. I don't. All right, so it say defendant Durk Banks and DeAndre Wilson hereby files this joint supplemental brief in support of his motion to exclude proposed 404B evidence. Defendant requests a hearing on this matter. This brief is based on the attached memorandum and exhibits, the files and records in this case, and any other evidence or argument that the court may permit. Defendant filed a motion in limine to exclude proposed 404B evidence on October 7th, 2025. The government filed its opposition on October 27th, 2025. Defendant Banks filed a reply thereto on November 10th, 2025. On January 2nd, 2026, the government filed a supplemental opposition, and a pretrial hearing was held on January 7th, at which time the court directed the government to file a particularized notice of 404B evidence. The government sent the defense a renewed notice on January 16th. Under design, counsel met and conferred with counsel for the government on January 23rd, 2026, and did not come to agreement regarding the substance of this motion. Defendant Banks and Wilson hereby filed this joint supplemental brief in support of their original motion to exclude evidence in light of the most recent notice, and request that all rap lyrics be excluded from the evidence in this case. Y'all, if you got a strong case, you don't need rap lyrics. And if y'all can remember, the government said they wasn't going to use any rap lyrics at first. Or at most, it was going to be minimum. But now it seems like to me, they trying to add more rap lyrics into the trial. The indictment almost got thrown out because they wanted to add rap lyrics that was irrelevant. But now they add more, they want more rap lyrics. Well, let's get to the factual basis. So this is just a brief on rap lyrics. Originating from traditional African storytelling for use to express economic frustration in post-industrialized America. I don't want to read all that. Using Black American and as a signature features of music, politics, poetic, rap, is many things. Expression. Say rap is many things: artistic expression, a symptom of systematic oppression, political and social commentary, and more. One thing rap is not is reliable evidence. The impact of the rap music can be felt in almost every facet of American culture. Yeah, I can do all that. So this is basically just giving a background of hip hop and what hip hop was and what it was designed to be. Despite its cultural impacts on the American rap music is heavily policed, especially when compared to all other music genres. In courtrooms across America, prosecutors have utilized and twisted this otherwise variable mode of artistic expression by presenting it as evidence in criminality. In recognition of its increasing and dangerous use of rap lyrics as evidence, both California and Louisiana have passed legislation banning or limiting the practice, and similar legislation have been introduced in Illinois, New York, New Jersey, Missouri, and in Maryland at the federal level. The Restoring Artistic Protection, RAP, Act was introduced in 2022, aiming to limit the admissibility of artistic expression in criminal prosecutions. Mr. Banks is an international internationally acclaimed Grammy-winning recording artist, and an icon to young people in his hometown Chicago and across the world. As typical of successful musicians, regardless of genre, Mr. Banks was figuratively and sometimes literally surrounded by industry professionals consulting and advising on music decisions, including lyrics and visuals, at all times relevant to this case. A framework that is wholly ignored by the government in every respect. Despite the growing widespread criticism of the practice of using rap lyrics as evidence and the glaring issues related to reliability, authenticity, and more, the government seeks to use the defendant rap lyrics, their artistic and commercial expressions, as evidence of criminality. From the very inception of this case, the government has weaponized the defendant's lyrics inaccurately and recklessly to bolster an otherwise weak case. That the case is weak. The court should not allow any more improper governmental manipulation of this kind to further taint the case. The government seeks to introduce 12 rap music videos. 12? God damn. Yo, they want to introduce 12 rap videos? It's crazy. The evidence carries an extraordinary risk for unfair prejudice and is precisely the kind of character inference material that Rules 404B and 403 are designed to exclude. Despite 3 separate attempts to provide proper notice, the government has still not met the basic requirement of Rule 404B. Rather than articulate a specific non-propensity purpose and the reasoning that supports it, the government has labeled the material as inextricably intertwined in what appears to be an effort to avoid the rule mandatory notice obligation. The court should reject the approach and bar the evidence. The government supplemental notice dated January 16, 2026 asserts that the music evidence is direct evidence and inextricably intertwined with the charges, yet provides no explanation of how rap lyrics created at unknown times by unidentified authors could possibly form part of the charged conduct or be necessary to tell a coherent story. The government identifies the release dates of several videos, but does not identify when any lyrics were written or when the songs were produced. The government does not identify authorship, does not connect specific lyrics to any particular fact in dispute. Wow. So they're not even using these lyrics to say that, look, he's talking about a crime. They just using these lyrics to paint a narrative. They're trying to use these lyrics to paint Durk out in a negative light. The government also states that it reserves the right to supplement its notice and introduce additional excerpts without identifying what those materials might be. This repeated assertion of reservation of rights is contrary to this court order on January 7, 2026 hearing, and it impairs the defense's ability to prepare and prevents the court from performing its gatekeeping duties. The government has now made 3 separate Rule 404B submissions and still has not provided the required information. The evidence is not inextricably intertwined. The government has not satisfied the rule, and the court cannot conduct Rule 403 balancing without a complete record because each of these deficiencies is independently sufficient to warrant exclusion. The court should bar all lyrics and video evidence. The government has served 3 separate disclosures identifying evidence it seeks to use at trial in which, can y'all see this? Where the fuck I'm at? In each, the purported music of evidence has changed. In its initial notice dated September 1st, 2025, the government identified 2 broad categories of proposed evidence. Banks' rival with Taquan Bowman and Banks' alleged direction of violence against rivals, and concluded with a generic statement that all listed acts were admissible to show defendant Banks' motive, intent, preparation, plan, knowledge, identity, absence of mistake, and lack of accident, without explaining how any particular piece of evidence served any particular purpose. The government revised notice dated November 17, 2025 asserted that the evidence described in Section 1 and 2 is direct evidence of inextricably intertwined with the charges in the second superseding indictment and allows the government to present a complete story to the jury. It is therefore not, so they basically saying without these lyrics, we can't paint the picture we trying to paint. The government is saying without these lyrics, And we can't give them the full story of this situation. That shows a hole in the case. If that's what they say, they say a lot. It is therefore not subject to notice pursuant to Rule 404B, Exhibit B. The revised notice then stated, to the extent any of the listed evidence does fall within the scope of Rule 404B, the government gives notice of its intent to use such evidence pursuant to this letter. The revised notice provides no articulation of reasoning, permitted purposes, or logical connection between the evidence and any non-propensity use. Only at the end of the Section 1 did the government exclude a fallback provision stating that to the extent the court determines that these acts are neither direct evidence or intertwined with charges, they are admissible to show the co-conspirators, most of whom were members of associates of OTF, motive, intent, preparation, planning, knowledge, identity, absence of mistake, and lack of accident. In Section 2, similarly stated, the evidence is admissible both as direct and inextricably intertwined evidence, and pursuant to the same rule, but provided no articulation of reason to permit purposes. On January 7, 2026, this court held a status hearing where it directed the government to specify which words and which medium is being proposed in the order for the court to make an intelligent 403 ruling. In response to that directive, the government sent the defense a new 404B notice on January 16, 2026, was confoundingly excluded entirely new evidence. Included. See, look. So the defense responded to the motion on January 7th, and the court didn't rule. So in response to the directive, the court sent, matter of fact, the court did rule. The court told the prosecution that I need to know what exactly are y'all trying to use. What exactly are y'all trying to use? Specifically, which words and which medium is being proposed in the order to make an intelligent 443 ruling. So in response to what the judge said, the prosecution put out a whole new letter, and it includes entirely new evidence. Exhibit C. The government supplemental notice dated January 16, 2026 identifies 12 separate music videos, audio recordings, and lyric excerpts that is characterized as, they trying to get a postponement. Again, as music emissions. The government asserts that this evidence is a direct evidence of inextricably intertwined with the charges and the second superseding indictment, and therefore not subject to notice pursuant to, so they're trying to go around this rule. So based on Rule 44B, they have to be exact and absolute about what they're trying to use. But it looks like the United States government is doing whatever they can to go around this rule because the music lyrics that they're introducing is irrelevant. That's what it sounds like what's going on right now. And then it states, to the extent any of the listed evidence does fall within the scope of Rule 404B, the government gives notice of its intent to use such evidence pursuant to this letter. Unlike the revised notice, the supplemental notice provides no articulation whatsoever of any reason, permitted purposes, or logical connection between the music evidence and any non-propensity use. The supplemental notice merely summarizes the purported significance of the music evidence by grouping it into 6 broad categories of omission and asserts that the music omission evidence is admissible against all defendants as co-conspirator statements. What? So they trying to use these lyrics as co-conspirator statements? The notice does not identify who authored the lyrics when they were created, whether the defendant adopted them, or how the government connects each specific excerpt to any particular fact in dispute. The government does not acknowledge the potential prejudice that will result from the omission of videos and songs, much less suggest a way to lessen any such prejudice. The government explicitly reserves the right to supplement this notice and or provide additional purported exhibits. up into April 21st, 2026. Trial date and further reserve the right to introduce additional excerpts of music videos depicting defendants together with charged and uncharged co-conspirators without any indication of what those songs might be. So they trying to hinder the defense time frame that they got to prepare for trial by keep introducing new evidence and new evidence and new evidence. But they got, by law, I guess by the court ruling, they got to April 21st. By April 21st, they got to get them everything that they got. And when the trial date, the 24th, goddamn, so they gonna have 3 days to prepare. When the fuck Durk go to trial? Hold on. When is Durk trial date set for?
According to dirtrader.com.
No. What is the date for Lord Durk trial?
August 10th, 2025.
Wow, so they giving them all the way up until the day? Let me make sure I read that right. The government explicitly reserves the right to supplement this notice and or provide additional proposed exhibits up to April 21st. Wow. So they got all the way up until the day of trial. The government does not acknowledge the potential prejudice that will result from the omission of videos and songs, much less suggest a way to lessen any such prejudice. The government explicitly reserves the right to supplement this notice and or provide additional proposed exhibits up to April 21st. Yeah, that is crazy. I don't think the judge ruled that. I think that's just what the government is saying. Cause I can't imagine the judge co-signing that. I think that's just what the government's saying. Cause that'd be wild. That'll hinder the shit out. That'll hinder the whole defense team preparation for trial. That's crazy. But you gotta be able to prepare. Introduce additional excerpts of music videos depicting defendants together with charged and uncharged co-conspirators without any indication of what those songs might be. Yeah, I think that's just what the prosecution is saying. Ain't no way the judge gonna co-sign that. That'll be ridiculous. We reserve the right to supplement this notice as necessary before trial. Despite this being the government's third attempt at notifying the defense of intended 404B evidence, it still fails to meet the required notice obligation. The government notice is non-committal, non-specific. Okay. So basically what the defense team is saying, yo, they're not giving us no clear indication on anything. It's like at the rate that they're gonna be giving us fucking they're gonna be submitting evidence or submitting music lyrics all the way up until the day of the trial. That's what's being said. Yeah, that's what's being said. This is Drew Finley saying. The way that the prosecution is moving, they're going to be giving us evidence all the way up until the day of the trial, which is illegal. Not saying that they will. He's just saying based off of their actions thus far, that's what it looks like they're trying to do. If it was to appraise this court of the information necessary to even conduct a proper 403 analysis. Yeah, look, see. The government notice is non-committal, non-specific, and fails to appraise this court of the information necessary to even conduct a proper 403 analysis. Despite this, court and the defense repeatedly requesting the specifics. Even if it did satisfy the notice requirements, the rap lyrics and accompanied music videos are irrelevant, prejudicial, cumulative, misleading, and would cause significant delay in this trial. Purported evidence must be excluded. Remember, I said it looked like they're trying to get a postponement. That's what it looked like. It looked like the government is trying to get another postponement. That's why they keep saying, we're not ready for trial. This trial was so, was so strange and unique. It's so complex that we just need more time. I don't think they got what they're saying they got. I think they bluffing. The government showing fails at the threshold. First, the music evidence is not inextricably intertwined with the charged offense because it is neither part of the charged transaction nor necessary to present a coherent story of the alleged conspiracy. Second, the government has not come close to meeting Rule 404B heightened notice requirements. Each fail independently requires exclusion. The Ninth Circuit recognized two narrow categories of other acts: evidence that may be deemed inextricably intertwined with the charged crime and thus exempt from Rule 404B. When the act constitutes a part of transaction that serves as a basis for the criminal charge. So this is the requirements that if the United States government wants to override the Rule 404B with this evidence, these are the only two reasons why the Ninth Circuit Court would allow that to happen. And that is when the act constitutes a part of a transaction that serves as the basis for the criminal charges, or is necessary to permit the prosecution to offer a coherent and comprehensible story regarding the commission of the crime. But if these rap lyrics is irrelevant, I don't understand how does it satisfy that rule. And that's what Drew Finland is saying. Considered inextricably intertwined, where it is necessary to omit the evidence to permit the prosecution to offer a coherent and comprehensive, I can't say the word right now, comprehensible story regarding the commission of a crime. To satisfy that same transaction category, the conduct must not be too temporarily distant. Finding prior conduct was not inextricably intertwined because it did not serve as a basis for pending criminal charges and occurred 15 months earlier. So that's some court rule. Evidence which occurred 6 months after the charged conduct took place is arguably too far removed in time to constitute a part of the charged transaction. But coincidence in that time is insufficient. There must be a sufficient contextual or substantive connection between the proffered evidence and the alleged crime to justify exempting the evidence from the strictures of 404B. We're going through case law. All right, so to meet the coherent story category, the government must demonstrate that the evidence is not merely helpful but necessary to the presentation of this case. So in whatever Martinez, finding evidence that the prosecution would encounter little difficulty in presenting the evidence relevant to his case against the defendant, his possession of acid, and the circumstances surrounding the commission of that crime without offering into evidence the personal use of amount of methamphetamine the police discovered in the defendant's pocket upon arrest, the overall story would be incomprehensibly or incoherent without the evidence. Okay, hold up. All right. Prosecution will encounter little difficulty in presenting evidence relevant to his case against the defendant. All right, so in Martinez's case, he got caught with hydroxide acid. Yeah, possessing hydroxide acid in circumstances surrounding the commission of that crime without offering into evidence the personal use. Okay, so he was using this. So basically, what Drew Fillon is saying in this case, he was using this acid. So if y'all charging with possession, you can't tell a complete story of this situation without mentioning the fact that he didn't just sell this, he used it as well. And they're saying in Durk's situation, it's not the same. No. For them to be able to go over Rule 404B, y'all can tell this story of Durk being guilty of murder for hire without these rap lyrics. Now, in his case, they couldn't tell this story of him having this drug without him using this drug, the hydroxide acid, hydrocitric acid. Y'all understand what I'm saying? Evidence not inextricably intertwined where it does not bear directly on the charged crime. It was unnecessary to tell a coherent story. Excluding evidence of alleged falsification of campaign finance reports. All right, that's somebody else's case. I ain't going through case law. So he's saying the government cannot satisfy either of the two narrow categories of inextricably intertwined evidence. The music evidence is not part of the charged transaction. It is not necessary for the government to tell a coherent story. I agree. I think the judge is going to agree too. Because I don't see how you need these rap lyrics. If you got this strong case, why you need irrelevant rap lyrics? They're irrelevant. They're not saying that he talked about the crime in these lyrics. They're not saying that these lyrics was a direct admission of guilt. They're not saying that. So you can tell this story of Durk committing this murder for hire without these lyrics. I think the judge is going to agree. I think Durk might find a win here. He should. Anyway. Hold up, y'all. Fuck, this shit ain't working. At the onset, the government cannot rely on the same criminal transaction theory because they failed to identify when any lyrics were written or when the songs were produced. Although the government identifies the premiere dates of multiple music videos, a music video premiere date or song release does not establish when this content was created, which is true. A song could be in development for years before it's released. Without this basic information, the court cannot determine whether the music evidence is temporarily connected to the charged conspiracy or too temporarily distant to qualify as part of the same transaction. Even if the lyrics were created close in time to the alleged conduct, coincidence in time is insufficient. The government must show a substantive or contextual connection between each specific lyric and the charged offenses. It has not done so. The supplement notice groups the music evidence into broad categories of omission, but does not explain how any particular lyric goes directly into an element of the underlying charged crimes. On the current record, the music evidence could relate to a number of unrelated stories, narratives, or created themes. The government has not shown that music video evidence is necessary to tell a coherent story of the alleged conspiracy. The government does not assert that it would be unable to present its case without the lyrics or videos, merely that evidence allows the government to present a complete story to the jury. Unless the overall story would be incomprehensible or incoherent without the evidence, the coherent story exception does not apply. Nothing in a supplemental notice indicates that the government needs rap lyrics to explain the alleged conduct. what is particularly telling that the evidence is not needed by the government to tell a story is that the specifics are referenced by the government and their notice has changed from one notice to the next. You see what I was saying earlier? I just was talking about that. They just adding to it. They did like it sounded like to me they just throwing shit to a wall hoping that it stick. That's what they're doing. Because if y'all needed these songs in the first letter that y'all sent to the judge, and the judge gave y'all a directive, but then in the next letter y'all sent to the judge or y'all rebuttal, y'all put different songs in there. So that can't be true. Can't be true. If that was the case, they would have used the exact same songs from the last letter, not adding more. If the song was so important, they wouldn't abandon it and replace another at each opportunity. Basically, what I just said. It is as if the government shifted through hundreds of songs of defendant and just said, we can make this one fit our narrative. Let's use it. Because the music evidence is neither part of the charged transaction nor necessary for the government to tell a coherent story. It is other acts, evidence subject to Rule 404B. I think Durk got a win right here on this motion. All right, so this is the Rule 404B. The rule now requires the prosecution to articulate in the notice the permitted purposes for which the prosecution intends to offer the evidence and the reasoning that supports the purpose. So this is what the judge told the government to do. And instead of them replying to this, they just came back with different songs. The amended principality imposed additional notice requirements on the prosecution and eliminated the prior requirement that defendant request notice. Under the prior rule, the court understood the general nature standard to permit the government to satisfy its obligation without describing the specific acts or explaining the relevance of the evidence for a non-propensity purpose. And the 404 Advisory Committee noted in 2020 amendment, the amendment makes clear what notice is required. The government must do more than provide the general nature of the evidence and must instead articulate a non-propensity purpose and the basis for concluding that evidence is relevant in the light of this purpose. All right, I don't want to confuse people. The government notice is woefully vague as to which specific lyrics it hopes to introduce at trial. At times, seemingly intends to omit songs and videos. Other times, it cherry picks specific lines which supports the government narrative. However, the lyric that it included in its notice cannot survive a balancing test rule of 443. Yeah. Going through a whole bunch of case law. All right, so here go some of the lyrics. Here are the lyrics the government seeks to introduce are objectively offensive in almost every way. The lyrics contain deceptions of violence, murder, and shootings. Nearly every passage includes the N-word and or other profanities, including some which are sexually aggressive and demeaning to women. So you see what they're trying to do, right? They're hoping that by introducing these lyrics, it prejudices some jurors. Using the N-word, demeaning to women. So to the women jurors, they're trying to paint Durk out as a fucking monster. But they're not trying to do it with evidence. They're trying to do it with lyrics. If you got the evidence, produce the evidence. Not irrelevant music. The lyrics glorify and normalize the proliferate use of firearms, already a divisive political topic in the mainstream America. The lyrics refer to pills and other illicit substances. Some of the lyrics are gruesomely explicit in their description of death and harm. Them bullets ate his face. He got clapped. They couldn't find his teeth. Left him leaking like some hot sauce. And some lyrics seemingly demonstrate disrespect toward law enforcement in the judicial system. Tell the judge SMD. The lyrics the government hopes to present will undoubtedly prejudice the jury, potentially in an immeasurable way, allowing the defendant to be convicted not on fact and reason, but on inference of bad character and propensity. That's the same thing I just said, man. That's what they trying to do. I think Durk gonna win this motion. On the other side of the scale, the probative value of the rap lyrics is extremely low, as it is impossible to differentiate between fact and fiction between the lines of the songs. The Supreme Court of New Jersey holding State versus Skinner resonates squarely here. I ain't gotta read that. Tell me I shot the sheriff. What the government calls evidence is undoubtedly art, made for a particular audience and profit. It follows that they cannot be relied upon as credible evidence of the facts. This truth is crystallized by the fact that the lyrics at issue are actually commonplace for rap genre. The boasting, the violence, the use of firearms, the display of guns, money, and drugs, the belittling of cooperators or ops, the territorialism, even the references of rivals, beefs, and shootings are all standard rap tropes and hence do not shed any light on any facts of this case. All right, so here the government hopes to admit various lyrics and music videos to show the relationship between co-conspirators. But this can and will be achieved in a number of different ways through the testimony of likely multiple witnesses and or publicly available information, i.e. pictures from social media, to show that Mr. Wilson and Mr. Banks were associates. For example, the government need not present an entire music video of them together. It can merely present the fact that Mr. Williams and Wilson was featured on an album with Mr. Banks and show a photo of the two men together. The evidence is cumulative and a thinly veiled attempt at admitting propensity evidence, and it should be excluded entirely. Liability, ownership, authorship, lyrics, proof, nothing. Government cannot and has not specified material point if any evidence goes to. All right, so Durk trying to get an evidentiary hearing. Man, hey Nick, you know that's what they do. Influence. They done locked a lot of people up off of influence. Conclusion. The government has failed to show how the lyrics and videos inextricably intertwined with the facts of this case, has not satisfied Rule 404B notice requirements, and has not provided information necessary for the court to conduct a proper Rule 403 balancing analysis. Even if the government were able to meet the notice requirement under the Rule 403, would require the exclusion of this evidence as it is highly prejudicial, minimal probative, if at all, and would cause undue delay in the trial. For these reasons, I told they try to get a postponement. The court should exclude all lyrics and video evidence. Yeah, they trying to get a postponement, man. They're not ready yet. They're not ready yet. So they still trying to fight the bill of particulars. Remember, the bill of particulars was about Durk defense team wanting to know what evidence was presented in front of the grand jury to secure the indictment. Who writing this motion? So this is a government motion right here. Still not trying to release the bill of particulars. Defendant Banks supplemental memorandum to his motion for a bill of particulars requests that the court order the government to certify the details of its April 2026 trial presentation. Specifically, the filing attempts to summarize unlimited set of materials produced. Oh no, this is about evidence. This is about Durk defense team saying the government hasn't released any evidence to them at all. No witnesses, basically nothing. And remember, Durk filed a motion saying that we don't want to know the witnesses' names. We don't want to know any of that. But you have to give us at least the time, the date when this alleged bounty was placed, because they still haven't told him that yet. You know, when was this bounty placed? Where was we at? What time of day was it? They're not trying to release any of that information to the defense team yet. So Durk team is saying, well, we need a bill of particulars. If you're not going to release it, at least release a bill of particulars, and you can redact any by name or you can redact all of that. But we just need to know when this alleged bounty took place. Who was there? Not who was there, but when did it happen? Affirm the defense understanding of how the government will prove its case. Right. Like I just said, specifically the filing attempts to summarize the limited set of material produced in discovery, and request that the court require the government to affirm the defense understanding of how the government will prove its case. The request is contrary to binding law and should be rejected as meritless, just like the court ruled as to the similar request to dismiss the second superseding indictment for vagueness, as set forth in the government's opposition to defendant Banks' motion for the first supplemental memorandum. Ninth Circuit law is clear that a bill of particulars is not meant to provide the defendant with all of the evidence that the government will introduce at trial, nor as a tool for complete discovery of. In response to the claim, the defendant's reply briefed that nowhere does the discovery set forth anything resembling a fixed or coherent theory. The government lodged under seal 6 files that undermine defendant's claim. While the selected discovery the government filed with the court contains clear evidence that defendant Banks directed the attempt to kill Taquan Bowman in Los Angeles, and that defendant Banks made clear to co-conspirators that anyone who killed Bowman would be rewarded, defendant appears to suggest that the government is bound by only evidence contained within the files logged with the court. So they're saying, they got a smoking gun. We got evidence, but we ain't letting you see it. And we got evidence that shows that you participated, you was aware, and you financed this whole thing. But the defense still hasn't seen it yet. The government has not represented that was the case, nor is that the law, as acknowledged by the court during January 7th hearing. The transcripts of what the government is going to say in its opening statement, and moreover, as it said, the government correctly said there might be more evidence. There might be different evidence. As to that, the concern that the defense has on the moving target, And as to that, the concern that the defense has on the moving target is, as I said, met with the whatever act. The government, however, submits that the log documents are more than sufficient for the court to deny defense request for a bill of particulars. Yeah, but release it to man, they on some bullshit. See, but see, I don't buy into that. You understand? Like, see this, like when I look at evidence like that, to me, that's just hogwash. Now the internet will see that and be like, look, yo, they got him. Yo, but I don't know, yo, cause they be lying, man. They be lying. It's under seal. Don't nobody know what it says. You filed it with the court, but you haven't sent it to the defense. Yeah, you say you got this evidence. You say you got proof. You say that, but do you really? They could. You know, maybe, maybe not. We ain't gonna know, yo. Durk trial coming around real soon. So there ain't gonna be a whole lot of speculation too much longer. All right, let me read this. So this is United States versus G's states that the theory of the government's case that the defendant only needs to be aware of the government's case. That's all they need to do. They don't need concrete evidence. As long as they're aware, that's that satisfies the rule. That's the feds play a dirty game. They don't need to provide details of when, where, or how of every act in furtherance of the conspiracy. It is not proper subject of bill of particulars. Indeed, this is why courts routinely deny requests like defendant Banks' request here. Denying motion requesting names of any unknown co-conspirators, exact date on which the co-conspirators allegedly began. Which alleged date the conspiracy allegedly began, and to delineate all other overt acts that comprise the charged activity. Here detailed in the original indictment, together with the government's substantial and organized discovery, obviates the need for a bill of particulars because they provide clear notice to the defendant of the government's murder for hire theory. The government has alleged blank in its discovery clearly supports blank the straightforward theory that defendant Banks told co-conspirators he would reward anyone who helped kill his rival Tyquan Bowman. That defendant Banks and other OTF co-conspirators attempted to murder Bowman in Los Angeles on August 18, 2022. And even though the co-conspirators killed SR, not Bowman, defendant Banks nonetheless rewarded co-conspirators by, among other things, featuring many of the direct participants in the murder in music videos and rap lyrics in the months following the murder. For example, the government anticipates that a cooperating witness will testify that defendant Banks made clear to witnesses and other OTF members that anyone who killed Bowman would be made straight. The discovery also shows that defendant Banks used his trusted lieutenant, defendant Wilson, and co-conspirator 5 to recruit hitmen to fly to Southern California. Somebody real close to Durk is either telling. Yeah, he got to be telling. Co-conspirator 5. Co-conspirator 5 telling. And they're saying he's a trusted lieutenant. Damn. They saying co-conspirator 5 is a trusted lieutenant, man. The discovery also shows that defendant Banks used his trusted lieutenants, with an S, defendant Wilson and co-conspirator 5, to recruit hitmen to fly to Southern California on August 18th, 2022 to kill Bowman. Consistent with defendant Banks' promise to reward co-conspirators, defendant Wilson solicited hitmen by promising to pay $1 million reward on behalf of defendant Banks in exchange for flying to Los Angeles to commit the murder. Moreover, the government has also disclosed a list of co-defendants. Oh yeah, more than likely they probably already copped out. A list of has disclosed a list of defendants, banks, a list of defendant banks and OTF music videos in which defendant Wilson, Houston, defendant banks use coded language. We still don't know what coded language means. The words consideration for do not strictly import contract law, but instead requires a clear mutual agreement between the solicitor and the hitman of payment in exchange for murder. The nature, breadth, and context of defendant bank's promise includes downstream economic benefits the co-conspirators received following the murder. Indeed, the statutory language in the section 1958A sweeps in anything of value of which the primary significance is economic advantage. This broadly applies to currency, drugs, weapons, or anything else that quantifiable monetary value. What? Concluding that district court properly instructed the jury that not only money, but also drugs, guns, or involvement in future crimes would yield cash profits. Wow, yo. You see how they just so anything could be considered a cash profit. It ain't gotta be money. It can be drugs, it can be guns, it can be future crimes. All would satisfy their narrative of murder for hire. For the reason, defendant bank's contention that the grills rewarded to certain co-conspirators fall outside. So he bought somebody some grills. So they saying, yo, they saying part of the payment was buying a nigga some grills, yo. What? Yo, that is wild. Come on now, government. Come on now, government. We ain't come on now. Grills? Wow. For that reason, defendant bank's contention that the grills were awarded to certain co-conspirators far outside the allegations are meritless, as the discovery puts defendants on more than adequate notice of the rewards, including payments covering jewelry that defendants banks gave to the hitman to make them straight following the murder. Man, they on some bullshit. Somebody definitely telling. Somebody close is telling. For them to know about grills and jewelry and I think it's jam, yo. I think it's jam. At least he's one person. And others involved in the murder scheme are prominently featured following SR's death because the government theory of the case is clear. Defendant requests for bill of particulars should be denied. Yo, so they don't really got no money. You know what I mean? They talking about music videos, opportunity, jewelry, grills. Ain't really no evidence of no cash being handed over. Indeed, the proposal of bill of particulars is to enable a defendant to prepare for trial, to avoid or minimize the fuck. I'm a computer stupid. The danger of surprise at the time of trial and to afford protection of the double jeopardy clause in the event of a successful prosecution. It is not to force the government to preview the details of its trial strategy. And while defendants are rightfully entitled to meaningful discovery to present a defense, they are not entitled to a roadmap of how the government will attempt to prove its case. A laundry list of each act the government considers significant, or a flowchart of the government's advocacy theories. I don't think that's what they're asking for, man. The fuck? Oh, that's it. It's it right here. Consistent with the direction provided by the court during the January 7th hearing, the government provided the defendant with a revised disclosure related to music emissions. Oh, we just read that. The government intends to introduce that trial. Defendant will file a response to that disclosure on January 23rd, 2026. The government will respond by January 30th, and the defendant will file reply briefs, if any, on February 3rd, 2026. So that's the information we got on Durk, man. I swear, yo. I don't know. It seems like they got stuff, but then they don't. Cause if they did, I don't think they would be. I don't think rap lyrics would. Yo, they basically say, yo, without the rap lyrics, yo, they can't go forward with their case. Well, not go forward, but they can't paint a clear picture of their case. That's what they're saying. Now, if that's true, whether that's true or not, I don't know. But the fact that they're saying that is crazy. Irrelevant rap lyrics. Irrelevant rap lyrics. That's what I wanted to show y'all. I see this shit with Ray J talking about he ready to die and shit. Ray J a bluffing ass nigga.
2027 is definitely a wrap for me.
No, don't say that, brother. Don't say that. No, fuck the doctor. No, don't say that. Because when you say that, you're confirming what
No, that's what they said. I don't
No, fuck them. Fuck what they said, brother. You're
Guess
going to live
what?
long.
Guess what?
You're going to live long to see your children grow up. Yes, nigga. Nobody has ever told you this. You're going to live long to see your children grow up. Have children, too. Real shit. Nigga, nah, nigga. Fuck what the doctor tell you your time is done. No, fuck that. Nigga, your name is doctor. So watching this, anything that Rage Day's accounted.
That's what it's saying, like, man. They got it's like they gotta paint Durk out to be a fucking monster. It's like in order for the evidence that they do got to make sense, we have to be able to paint him out as a monster through his rap lyrics. That's what it sounds like. It's like we got some evidence, but it's kind of like all over the place. You feel me? So in order for us to paint this picture that this guy is a ruthless criminal that dropped bags on people, yo, we gotta show y'all these rap lyrics. I think, Nick, I think you're right. I think that's what's actually going on. Without these rap lyrics, we can't paint this picture. But if that's the case, then is the picture even worth painting? If you absolutely positively have to have these lyrics in order to paint this narrative that he did these things, and you need this video evidence and these lyrics to substantiate the evidence you got, it's like, oh, do you really got evidence? I don't know. I guess we'll see.
No, they're not. His days are not counted.
But guess what?
More life to the brother.
My baby mama gonna be straight.
More life to the brother.
My kids gonna be straight. If they want to spend all the money, they can spend it. But I did my part here.
That's okay. But we're not gonna.
Oh, so Drew Finland actually uploaded a video the other day talking about the RICO. I meant to show y'all this. Because I told y'all a while ago, the RICO is a made-up charge. It's a made-up charge, and it's predatory. It's like the RICO, it's similar to a conspiracy charge, where they just bring a whole bunch of circumstantial evidence together to make it one. And it's predatory, man. Hold on. Drew Finland. It should be coming up on it. I probably can just go to his page for real. It should be coming up on. I seen it earlier.
feel so comfortable right now in this country, shackling up young black and brown men. It's out of control. I feel like in Atlanta, there are more people walking around with ankle monitors, GPS monitors, than people without them. We got to fight this. We cannot sit in our bond here and say it's okay. I want to get out so badly. We just get into that argument all the time. We got to individually and collectively say, excuse me, Judge, 13th Amendment, abolish involuntary servitude. We seem to have made some accomplishments.
That's not it.
We feel so comfortable right now having represented Cardi B and
Yeah, I'm just saying that shit. But make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you subscribe to the channel if you're new. Look at Nicki Minaj, y'all. I'm gonna try to find it on my phone. Nicki Minaj and laws. I don't know what they got on, shorty. I don't know if it's immigration. He says at the top left. I don't know if it's immigration or she need the right to go after the left because the left been on her ass. But Nicki Minaj going outside. Where's that, Al? Oh, here you go.
RICO cases are going to literally kill people in the Fulton County Jail. In 1970, Richard Nixon signs the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organization Act to take down the mafia. They couldn't convict the mafia of these cases, so they'd say, oh, here's something we can do. We can create a crime. And now prosecutors just take a loose group of people and say they were in organized crime, whether or not you're trying to take down a rapper or you try to take down folks that are involved in politics. It's all the same. Their training manual says RICO charges are considered easier to prove in court. Everything is about making their job easier while people are dying. LaShawn Thompson died alone in a filthy cell in the Fulton County Jail, neglected to death. Because when you have 3 times the amount of people that you can in a jail, when you are more attracted to the publicity, this is what happens. And this is all made possible because of RICO. RICO cases are going to literally...
Yeah, RICO a fucked up charge, man. It's like conspiracy, a fucked up charge. But yo, we've been live for almost 5 hours. Y'all appreciate everybody that tapped in. Y'all make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you share the live. Make sure you hype the video. Make sure you come back and hype the video. Help us get into the algorithm. Damn, man, we've been live long. Damn, they over. We might go back live later. I'm gonna see what the fuck going on in the world. And yeah, I'm not fucking with Pooh Shiesty, yo. Pooh Shiesty, them boys running plays. I can't respect it. Excuse me. Can't respect it. A grown man running plays on the internet, you are forever a goofball. It don't matter if you Pooh Shiesty, Lord Durk, motherfucking Lord Chris, whoever the fuck you is. I can't respect it. I don't like it. I think it's goofy. And I would never participate in it. But let me know how y'all feel about this in the comments. It's another day. Keep it news. And I'm out.